ठीक है मैम, आप स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं क्लास अपनी।
ओके, और ये पूरी 4 बजे तक चलेगी ना?
जी मैम जी।
तो इसमें बीच में कुछ ऐसे ब्रेक का कुछ सीन होता है? आई एम जस्ट
ब्रेक
आस्किंग।
क्लास क्लास चलती रहेगी मैम, आप बीच में सिर्फ इंटीमेट कर देना कि आप 5 मिनट के लिए ब्रेक ले रहे हो, 10 मिनट के ले रहे हो, ये बता देना, लेकिन कंटिन्यूअस ही चलेगा ये।
नहीं, कंटिन्यूसली बच्चे साथ में पानी पीने तो
जी,
जाएगा
इससे
ना?
मतलब आप सिर्फ जब ब्रेक लेने से पहले आप सिर्फ इन्फॉर्म कर दीजिए मैम।
आपको बताएं मतलब?
ठीक है मैम, आप क्लास आप ले लीजिए, आप स्टार्ट कर दीजिए।
अच्छा ठीक है, ओके। So we are starting a revision class today, as we know, final wind up class. So I am starting from unit 1, that starts from your evolution of global business. So as we have learned about just the topic is international business strategy in global world. So how this evolution of global business started, what was the early trade and commerce, and how things changes after industrial revolution, then World War I, World War II. Many things happens, then many major institutions came into the picture like World Bank, International Monetary Funds, and everything. So we will go on detail of every single things, whatever happened in the history, and now what is the current scenario. So early trade and commerce is basically started from, if all of you have remember, we have discussed about the Silk Road. That route basically connects the international trade for the very first time in the history, connecting Asia, Africa, and Europe. And this is the time where which we are talking about is somewhere between 14th century, and after 14th century, in between 15th and 16th century, many maritime exploration have been taken by two main countries like Portugal and Spain basically. So the sea voyage from these countries discovered the routes for business and trade, is from Europe to Asia basically, and Vasco da Gama, as we have heard, came to India, a Portuguese. So the evolution of this global business is not a new thing. It started way back from 14th century in search of spices, silk from China, and many other small things. So from the Silk Route basically connects the Asian subcontinent to European and African continent. So try to think and imagine how vast this connection and how important was the Silk Road in that previous time. And after that, as the sea voyage started, people started sailing. As sea is one of the safest way to travel in one sense that safest and cheapest, and there is no construction is needed to discover the entire globe or world. So two main countries, basically Spain and Portugal, are pioneering in this maritime exploration of the entire world. Then after 15th and 16th century, later on, in the mid of 18th century and in the beginning of 19th century, industrial revolution and the global expansion has taken place. Many European colonies started settling down in the many parts of the world. So this the timeline is the end of 18th century and is at the beginning of 19th century. During this time, many European colonies had been settled in different parts of the world. Their main purpose was the business and trade previously, but later on they actually accommodated in the entire nation and started governing it. And East India Company, as we know, is one of the example. Britishers came to India for the trade purpose, and later they literally gained the entire nations. That's a different story, but we are talking about only in the sense of trade and business. Then end of the 18th century and the beginning of the 19th century is very important because at that time industrial revolution came, and that industrial revolution basically changed the entire international business in terms of production, in terms of efficiency, in terms of mass production and everything. Take the example of this Ford Motor Company. Henry Ford started making car in United States when the industrial revolution was at boom, and he produced in mass one of the highest sales model of Henry Ford is T model, black color car, one one model, one color car, and it has been produced in bulk. Why? Because things have been taken by machine. So there is a assembly line production is started. Thick. All the manufacturing process have been revolutionized. All the transportation process have been revolutionized. Now we have steam engines, we have railroads, we have cars. Previously, we were dependent upon the tough routes like Silk Road, and there then again sea voyage routes was the only option left for exploring the entire world. But now we have rails, steam engines were there. We have road transportation, we have cars and everything. So all these industrial revolutions have change the entire global world, business and everything. Now, what happened in the mid and the beginning of this 19th century? Two major wars took place in the world: World War One and World War Two. So, after the World War Two, 1944 and 1948, the the whole world started realizing that it is time to settle down and do something better for the entire world and stop this fight and everything. So, how to survive in this tough situation? The best thing is how we connect internationally for trade and business. How to make one world as a global village that will provide a very conducive environment for international trade and business. For that, not only one nation is responsible, many nations has to come together under one roof for the smooth and seamless business operation across the different borders of the world. So what happened? In Britain, there is a conference happened, and that conference gave birth to World Bank and International Monetary Fund. So that Bretton Woods conference is very famous because that conference in 1944 conceptualized the idea of World Bank and International Monetary Fund. And International World Bank was founded in 1944, exactly the same year when the Second World War happens. So this era basically witnessed the rise of multinational corporation. Companies began expanding their operations beyond national borders. That is that is basically driven by liberalization of trade and investment policies. The important thing is how this institutions like World Bank and international banks are liberalizing the international business. For simple role in main concern is how do we integrate the world's economy together to come under one roof and operate the business. Nowadays, we all know about the World Bank. Now, Ajay Banga is one of our Indian is the chief of this World Bank. So this is how the international business is started evolving from Silk Road to Industrial Revolution to the end of World War First and Second, and the rise of many international organizations like World Bank and International Monetary Fund. Now, what happened? Slowly, as things progresses, industrial revolution is now the transformation took place from industrial revolution to digital aid and globalization. So this digital age has further accelerated the pace of globalization. In what sense? In many sense. Like this, the onset of digital age has it basically accelerated the pace of globalizations. Advancement in information technology, telecommunication, everything has revolutionized how business operates, communicate, and manage globally. So the emergence of internet and e-commerce platform has created a new paradigm in global business. That is basically enable all small enterprises to access international markets. And this digital transformation has led to more interconnected and interdependent global economy where business can transcend traditional geographical boundaries. Now, what is the significance of understanding global business? See, we are living in a very globalized business environment where strategic planning and operational decision must consider the international context. So companies no longer, if they try to focus solely on the domestic market, that is not possible. For their growth, they need to understand the global economics, global trends, cultural nuances, and geopolitical dynamics for what to make informed decision. And this global perspective is crucial for identifying new opportunities, managing risk, and sustaining competitive advantage in increasingly complex and competitive international marketplace. Now, if I am going global, it's definitely mean I have something different from rest of my competitor, and that difference is nothing but the competitive advantage in global marketplace. So we need to understand how significant competitive advantages and how this competitive advantage enables business to anticipate and adopt to market trends. There are many cultural differences and global shifts. Uh, Global companies illustrate how leveraging international insight and adopting to diverse market conditions can lead to innovate products and services that enhance market presence and increase profitability. Apart from this, we have many challenges in this operating this business globally. Challenges in terms of what we have various regulatory standard and managing economic fluctuation across different region. One country has one rule, another country has another rule. So we have to navigate, and we are not only operating in one country, operating in many different countries. So all these things need navigation of different rules and regulation of not only our nation, but many different nations. And probably these different nations have entirely different sets of laws and regulations, which are difficult to navigate. So we need a we need a very fine intricacies of global business because understanding of environment is very critical for success in modern business world. So question arises, what are the key drivers of globalization? We all know the one and foremost important of the drivers of globalization is the very first is technological advancement. We have discussed the history, how things progresses. The only thing which is responsible for this progress is nothing but the technology. First, we have road, man-made road. Then we have silk voyage, sea voyage. Then we have proper roads, smooth transportation, steam engine, rail, airplanes, everything. And how these things are happening? What is the factor behind this? Breakthrough technology is one of the foremost thing to change the entire business landscape, not only on national, but most important internationally. And slowly from industrial revolution to digital revolution, we have seen how business progresses. Previously, things has taken speed because of the industrial revolution. Now things are at your at the blink of eye we are managing business because we have a high speed internet and digital transformation of the entire value chain of the business. So processes have become much more smoother. Customer market segment has become much more accessible. Payment transactions have become more smoothly, but challenges are there. There are many challenges in terms of digital frauds and everything. But important thing is that how I mean the transaction which happened from industrial to digital revolution and what is the role technology played during this. E-commerce platforms we have, digital marketplace and everything. So main factor behind the going business globalized world is technology is one factor. Second factor, which is the most important, is economic policies and market expansion. So we have learned about the World Bank and International Monetary Fund. But for the business, we have learned the World Trade Organization is the main apex body for international business, we can say. And timeline for previously it was known as GATT, General Agreement on Trade and Tariff. And this GATT was established in the year of 1948. World Bank established in the year of 1944. Try to understand the timeline. Just after the end of Second World War, every big institutions are coming into the picture because we realize the importance of interconnecting the economics of different ones together for the better world, for the better business opportunity, for everything. So GATT was General Agreement on Tariff and Trade, which was the previous name of World Trade Organization, which is known as WTO. In the year of 1995, that GATT name has been changed as the World Trade Organization. And that apex body basically connects many different nations together to come under one roof for business policies, for economic growth, for expanding business beyond the border. These all things, when these things are taking places, that International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and World Trade Organization, during this time, the birth of multinational corporation also happened, and the companies started going away from their national border to cover the different geographical border. Now, when you are covering different geographical border, your national border, the third important factors which came into the picture is cultural exchange and global awareness. Going international comes with many challenges. The first thing is that you have to understand the culture of that country where you are going to open your own business. So, economic and technological factor is one factor in shaping the business internationally. Understanding the culture and cultural exchange and this culture and mobility of people across the world. These things are very important for interconnected world. And important thing is that how you understand that different culture practices for the integral business success. We what role information technology plays, what roles digitalization of business process plays in today's era. It's very easy to understand because every one of us using the online platform for payments and everything. Then we have softwares to transform big data analytics, that these big data analytics basically they try to understand the customer trend, future trends. They predict future trends. Now we have artificial intelligence, again an interesting breakthrough technology that is entirely changing the business, how business operates previously. So these are not just a tool, but a very essential component of strategic decision making in a global context. Now, the question is, what kind of international trade and investments have role in our business? So the role of international trade, many international trade in the sense, many agreements have been made between different countries. These things comes under the international policies and trades. Like I will explain you one important agreement that is known as TRIPS, known as trade related aspect of intellectual property rights. These agreements and many other agreements, these are internationally made for what? For making the business more secure and safe across the world. Then there is a Trans-Pacific Partnership. That Trans-Pacific Partnership agreement is basically between countries of Trans-Pacific Ocean like Japan, Canada, Australia, and several Southern nations. Then we have Mercosur. This is a trade bloc between South American continents. Then we have Asian, ASEAN. That Asian stands for Association of Southeast Asian Nations. So these trade agreements helps to integrate business economically, region-wise, and everything. Then the role of foreign direct investment, which is a very important role that if we talk about in our Indian context, in many sector in our country, there is the route for foreign direct investment is automatic. It means no prior approval is needed from government. But there is some share of percentage between the home country and the host country, like 49 and 51, because it is important to keep the hold on this foreign direct investment so that they cannot overpower us, or they cannot abuse the resources which we are having. So the we as an Indian are allowing FDI a lot in many sectors. Now we have started FDI in the most secure and safe industry like space and defense. We are allowing FDI. The FDI is there in retail. The FDI is there in automate sector. Many sectors, insurance, life, everywhere there is a foreign direct investment. Now the government has become so much liberal that it is allowing foreign direct investment in defense and in military. So these FDIs basically strengthen international economies, and there is a transfer of knowledge, of technology and management practice across the border. Now, what is the impact of global supply chain? If we are in this interconnected supply chain, I will take the very latest example of Ukraine and Russia war. How the international global supply chain affected, and how it is important. As we know, Ukraine, the shipments of grain and oil, energy products are shipped, and Ukraine is basically, it has a port of Black Sea. So it connects Russia. It's a transition between Russia and European countries. So Russia has to export oil products through Ukraine towards the European nations. So this supply chain in international context, how it is affected with the Ukraine and Russia war, and these kind of challenges we have to understand with supply chain disruption, with political instability and environmental regulation. Many sanctions have been imposed on Russia. So what the European nation will do? So many contingency planning are required. That's why the European nation are moving towards a more renewable energy sources, as their dependence upon the Russian energy products is hampered a lot, because there is a global supply chain erupted because of the war. As Ukraine is at the Black Sea, is one of the major port of Ukraine, which supplied grains and energy products, which has been disrupted by the war. This is the example is how political instability and environmental regulations are required for careful management. So what we have to do, what European nation and rest of the countries are doing, we are discovering more and more renewable energy sources, so that our dependency upon the crude oil and everything has tried to be lessened as much as we can. And that things, we are relying on renewable energy sources, and that needs a continuous innovation and adoption and agility in our business practice and tactics, so that we can discover new sources and adopt new sources. So the global context of business today is marked by a rapid changes, and it is driven by technological advancement, economic policies, and cultural shift. So to understand that this dynamics is very essential for any business aiming to succeed in global marketplace. The ability to navigate this complex environment, this will define the next generation of business leaders and entrepreneurs. Now, what happened with this this international trade? The most important thing which happened is that there is a distribution of wealth and economic disparity, and power shifted. Previously, it was supposed that the Western countries are more powerful, more economically grown. Now, what happened? Many Asian countries are emerging. India and China are one of the major economies which are emerging internationally. As we know, we are the fifth largest economy of the entire world. So there is a shift in global wealth, shift in power in global wealth from west to east, and this has happened only because of the international trade, and globalization has played a very significant role in shifting economic power and wealth distribution across the world. We know that it has contributed remarkable economic growth in some regions. It has also led a widening disparities in others. So the rapid rise of emerging economies, particularly in Asia, I've given the example of India and China, and it has been one of the most notable outcomes of globalization is that countries like China and India have been seen the exponential growth, and we are dominating and we are challenging the traditional Western nations. So this has happened only because of the globalization of the world and because of the international trade. We are giving challenge to Western worlds in many terms. Previously, now we have seen the crisis in Greece, we have seen crisis in Britain, we have seen crisis in America, but we haven't seen such any major financial crisis in Asian countries like India, China, South Korea, Philippines, Singapore. So we are rising economy. So these things are happening because the whole world is interconnected. People are migrating from one place to another place. People are trying to understand a different culture, and we are adopting new technology. We are agile to change ourselves and to adopt ourselves. And this, the major factor behind this is obviously the technological factor, the economic policies made by these international organizations, the understanding of different cultures. These all things are major factor behind this shifts in power, shifts in economy. Now, still we have many economic disparity. That is a very pressing issue. This economic disparity means the gap between the rich nations and the poor nations. And important thing is that this why this happened because of unequal access of technology, capital and market, and additionally the difference in the labor standards and environmental regulation and tax policy. Environmental regulation, labor standards, and tax policy plays a very major role in how your economic disparities can overcome. So, how economic integration happened and what is the implications? We know that World Trade Organization, International Monetary Fund, and World Bank have these are the very important instrument in promoting economic integration. Their policies, their programs have encouraged trade liberalization, encouraged financial stability, and most important, economic cooperation among nations. These organizations are important, but they face many criticism in terms of promoting policy in favor of developed nations. So economic integration increase independence among nations. It has many benefit in terms of we are in excess of greater marketplace, and we are producing in bulk, that is known as economies of scale. If we are economies of scale, it means we are reducing the cost. But these economic integrations have many benefits, but challenges are also that we all are aware of 2008 financial crisis which happened, the Lehman Brothers crisis which shook the entire US economy, and it has a repercussion in the entire business world. So challenges are there. We have many benefits, so we have challenges and we have repercussions of the international events. If we are interconnected, so we have a plus point and we have a negative point. So if we are having a plus point, then we have a negative point. Any international events have a repercussion on the entire economy of the world. So this interconnectedness requires nations to be more cognizant in global economic terms and to develop policy that not only benefit their economics but also contribute to global economic stability. So the globalization and developing economy, basically it's a pool of opportunities. Many opportunity in terms of international markets you are accessing, you are having a foreign investment, you are having a technological transfer. I'm taking the example of Vietnam and Bangladesh. These two small nations, now they they have become a very major player. They have become a very major player in terms of textile and electronics. Bangladesh is famous for its textile industry worldwide. We are seeing any branded clothes, and just look at the tag. It's made in Bangladesh, made in India, made in China. So a small nation, Bangladesh has developed as a manufacturing hub for clothes and textile industry. And the same way, Vietnam, a small country, has developed in terms of electronic goods and services. So this internalization, globalization of business has given immense opportunity for a small nations like Bangladesh and Vietnam to grow internationally and to prove their mettle in some one particular industry that is known as their core competency. For Bangladesh, it's textile industry, and for Vietnam, it's electronic. So, what kind of challenges is faced by this developing economies? Like that, we are dependent upon foreign markets. For our products, we are dependent upon the internationally, we are dependent upon the foreign market. Then economic fluctuation. Then another country is coming, our country. So exploitation is one thing of trade relationship. So, and there is a pressure to compete internationally. So this pressure to compete internationally somehow lead to compromise in labor rights and environmental protection. For that, again, we have to face legal sanctions again. So there are many challenges for, especially for developing countries, to compete globalized. And we know that this globalization economic impact is multifaceted, presenting both opportunities and challenges. It has been a catalyst for unprecedented economic growth, we know, but it has contributed to significant disparity and complexity also. So understanding of these dynamics is very crucial for a business leader. So what kind of role national environment plays in global business? I am taking the example of our Indian government. Demonetization happened. So this is a very personal national economic policy. And what demonetizations had impact on business? We all know the kind of after effects of demonetization happened, especially in the small businesses. It's very drastic and it's difficult to repair that losses. Many people lost their lives only because of the demonetization, this type of policies, and how this national governments plays a role in shaping business environment. Sometimes in positive ways, sometimes their policies are very difficult. Difficult not only for the business, only for the common man also. So demonetization is one of the example of how the national policies affected the business. And sometimes good national policy also affected the business in a better way, like the 1991 liberalization, privatization, and globalization policy that also affected the business. We were in debt from World Bank. That LPG policy helped us to somehow pay to write off our debts in some way. So that policy helped business in a positive way. Demonetization helps the business in a negative way. This is how the role of national environment and global business have the effect on the national business. Then monetary and fiscal policy of State Reserve Bank of India. This policy have a very crucial role how this business operates. Then political stability. We all know that share market, it's dependent only upon the emotions of the customer. So any political stability, instability has a direct effects on the how the share market rises and how the fall of share market happens. So we cannot say that business is not affected by these policies, this political instability on national level, as it has effect internationally. National policies and environment and any event of national has a direct effect on the business. Then cultural norms and business etiquettes. So what is the national culture that it deeply influences business practices? The kind of communication style, the consumer behavior. So understanding these culture nuances is essential for successful business operations and negotiations. Because building personal relationship, take an example in Asian business culture versus uh, we can take personal relationship in Asian business as compared to transactional approach in Western culture. In Western culture, there is no personal approach, but in Asian culture, there is a personal approach. So this is how the culture different from West to East. So we have to adopt the model also according to the cultural concept. So successful global businesses often adopt their models to align with local culture, and this might involve product customization. Definitely, you have to customize your product according to your business. Marketing strategy, which are specifically tailored to local preferences, and adopting a management style to fit local business practices. That is very important because you are going global. You have to understand how these cultural influences, how to understand these cultural nuances to make your business and customer satisfied. Technical Technological advancement impacts business operation, especially in the sectors like telecommunication, manufacturing, and other services. So the digital divide between developed and developing nation can create challenges, but also opportunity for business to innovate and fill market gaps. And how this digitalization transformed Indian business market is a living example. We are succeeding far ahead from in many Western nations in our digitalization of business process and digitalization of payments mode. So this digitalization gave us an opportunity to grow our business, to make our processes more smooth. So that digitalization is basically opportunity in Indian context. And this digitalization is filling the market gaps because we are moving ahead of many other countries in digitalization. As is national policies on technology and innovation. So government policy and technology and research, how much government is giving budget for R&D, this all having a very strong support because for till now we are dependent for foreign nations for their technology. But as we know, Indian government is promoting a lot Make in India program. So this is one of the innovation, one of the progress towards making having access to technology and making our own products and services. So Make in India is one of the example how national policies are helping technology and how we are taking innovation and adoption. Now we are dealing with the evolution of global business internationally. Now we will come to the concept of regional integration. The regional integration that we have many international organizations like World Bank, IMF, and everything. But if try to imagine the entire globe, few institutions are meant for international, but there are many regional integrations. Regional integration covering one continent, another regional integration covering another continent area wise, like European Union is one of the regional integration organization is an example of regional integration. 27 European countries under one roof, under one currency, and under one visa are working together. Why? Only because for the smooth of business, for free trade, for the liberalization of world trade, these European nations come together. Just imagine how easy to work in different nations who are having the same currency as you are having in your own country. and same visa which you are having. So you are hassle free for many legal and political policies which hinders the business a lot. I'm saying which hinders the business a lot. So this concept of regional integration only meant for the smoothness in their region, for the smoothness of trade among these countries, among this region. European Union is one example with one currency and one visa. Another example, if we're going for the Asian nations, Association of Southeast Asian Nations. These regional integrations only meant for eliminations of tariff among member countries. You don't have to pay any tariff. You don't have to pay visa and everything. So these integrations with NAFTA is another organization which works for this North America, South America, and Mexico. So they are rationale. The rationale behind such integration is rooted in the theory of comparative advantage. Comparative advantage is where countries can benefit from focusing on industries which they hold an advantage and leading to more efficient resource utilization. I am having something good, probably you are having something good. So why not come together and take a comparative advantage, not competitive advantage, competitive advantage. One thing is good for me, one thing is good for me, for you. So if we combine these two good qualities in one product, it will gain, there is a gain for both the nations. So that is why this small integration institutions comes in the picture, and European Union, NAFTA, Asians. In the latest, we can take the example of BRICS nations coming together of only nothing but the trade and commerce is the only reason behind all this international integrations, local regional integration, we can say. So what kind of impact of this business strategies and operations have in the market? First thing, that we are in excess of greater market. Then integrations helps in standardization and regulation. So frequently results in the standardization of rules and regulation across member country. So this harmonization can simplify legal and operation complexity for business operating within the region. This is the basic reason. I have already given you the example of European Union that standardized regulation facilitate easy movement of goods, services, and labors across their member states. So the challenges in regional integration is like competitive dynamics. We know that regional integration can open new market. It also intensify competition. So companies must adopt to compete with regional players who may have a better local market. So understanding cost advantage and everything. So businesses need to innovate and differentiate their offerings if you want to stay competitive in the business. What kind of challenges we will face in this competitive dynamics? Regional integration, new markets opening is there, but companies must adopt to compete with regional players who may have a better local market. You two, three nations are come together, but probably we have some other major regional player who have a better local market and understanding or cost advantage. So this is your competition for regional integration. Businesses need to innovate and differentiate their offerings just to stay competitive in this integrated market. And economic disparity and political interest among member countries. These things can pose challenges to regional integration. Like different economic priorities or political instability can impact the effectiveness of these agreements. So companies operating in such regions need to stay informed about regional dynamics and be prepared to adopt their strategies accordingly. Now we will try to understand the landscape of global business integration. What actually is global business integration? So global business integration represent the culmination of efforts by businesses to operate seamlessly across national borders. And this integration is not just geographic expansion, it is about harmonizing operation strategies and objectives in a diverse global environment. And we will try to explore this dynamics and intricacy of global business integration. So how do we define global business integration? It basically involves the coordination of a company's activities across multiple countries to achieve efficiency, to leverage global opportunity, and maintain competitiveness. And this concept extends beyond mere presence in multiple countries. It basically it encompasses many things: supply chain operations, marketing strategies, and corporate culture. So I am integrating not only one thing. I'm operating countries. So obviously, I am operating the supply chain. I am operating operations in many countries. I am operating marketing strategies in many nations, and I am operating a different corporate culture of different nations. So this integrating many global business integration takes place. Now, the factors driving global integration, as already discussed, is nothing but the advancement in technology, liberalization of trade policies, and of course, you are looking for the new markets and the new resources. So the desire to tap into global talent pool, benefit from economics of scale, and achieve global brand recognition are also significant motivators. So, what kind of strategy we will look for this global integration? So, very important, balancing the local adoption and maintaining the global consistency. This is one of the biggest key challenge in global integration in balancing the need for local adoption and maintaining a consistent global brand and strategy. And this strategy include adopting products or services to local tastes and preferences while maintaining the core brand values and standard. We have to manage the global supply chain. So efficient management of global supply chain is very critical. And Walmart is giving the example of Walmart. Walmart's core competency in managing the global supply chain. It has a very strong, robust, state-of-the-art technology driven, which helps in Walmart going everyday low pricing concept because it tries to lower down their costs because of their very strong, robust supply chain. Now, what kind of challenges we will face in global business integration? So, main important challenges navigating across different cultures. So these challenges, these cultures pose very different significant challenge in global integration that require businesses to culturally sensitive and adapter. So in regulatory environment vary widely across countries, and navigating these differences require a robust legal and compliance framework. But no, nothing to worry about this legal and legal and uh, legal challenges. We have companies and services which are meant only for these challenges. PricewaterhouseCoopers, Ernst and Young. These all the companies which are meant to solve the trade and regulatory environment and to solve legal challenges of many different countries. But this is the biggest challenge, yes. Then there are economic and political risks. We all know how the economies, integrated economy, impact in one economy, affect the economies of the other country. Then there is a risk of currency fluctuation. You see, business is not stable. It's highly unstable environment. And there are many political upheavals which affects the business. So it's better to develop a strategy which mitigate your risk. And that is nothing but hedge your currency and do not put all the eggs in one basket. It's important, diversify your market so that risk in one may be mitigated by the growth in other factor, growth in another business. Now, what are the challenges in contemporary world as we are talking about this globalization? Economic disparity and digital divide is one of the challenges because economic growth is driven by globalization, but disparity remain a significant challenge. Disparity, that unequal distribution of wealth and opportunities between within countries, and this can lead to social unrest and economic instability. So businesses must be mindful of this disparity. So adopt that strategy that promote inclusive growth and sustainable development. And we have to bridge the digital divide. So limiting opportunities for individual and businesses in less developed region is one of the reason for not for the digital divides. And companies can play a role in bridging this divide simply by investing in you provide a digital infrastructure and accessibility so that we can expand our market and foster inclusive growth. But if we will take the example of India, so India is doing pretty much in this case. We have a very strong digital infrastructure. We are providing digital access at very low cost. That is why we have many users as a business, many users as a consumer, because we are in excess of this digital technology at a very competitive rates. Now the challenge is environment is one of the concern in nowadays, because as the natural resources are depleted, the pace at which natural resources are depleting is one of the biggest challenge in terms of natural resources are depleting. So we have to look for the further sources. The sources which are we are using, we don't know how much time it will be because it will depleting. So the words came in the sustainability and environmental footprint in globalization. So pollution, climate change. That is why the Paris Accord happened. The main reason of Paris Agreement is nothing but to save our environment, to save our environment. So businesses are increasingly expected to adopt sustainable practice, and that is the must. That sustainable practice means reuse your resources very mindfully. That will minimize the environmental impact, and that will contribute to global effort like Paris Agreement or Paris Accord. And try businesses are trying to reduce their carbon footprint. So your business model nowadays, that business model works very favorably who has a sustainable business process. And IKEA, the leading manufacturing furniture manufacturing firms, core company is nothing but the sustainable business process. There is a demand from consumer side for the sustainable product. So we have a push for green technology. Everything is green. Green technology, green star rating, green products. What is all green? Nothing but the environment because sustainable and environmental production are two major concerns in today's business. Then political and cultural resistance to globalization. So political resistance to globalization manifested in various forms like trade trade protectionism, regulatory barriers, geopolitical conflicts which we are seeing between Russia, Ukraine, Iran, Palestine. So businesses must be adept at navigating this political landscape just to understand local sensitivity and engaging in constructive dialogue with the stakeholder. Second thing, we have to respect different culture. It's very important for global business. Emerging challenge which we have faced right now is just happened in the COVID-19 and the cyber security threat. The COVID-19 pandemic literally changed the entire business operation. It's disturbed the supply chain. It's altered consumer behavior. It's impact economic stability. So how consumer behavior change, how it disturbed the supply chain, all the means of transportation is stopped. People cannot go out, neither the business can come to their stores. So online shopping was one of the things which has risen during this COVID times. Consumer behavior change in terms now we are more into online as compared to offline. In the economic stability, their job crisis were there in the COVID time. Many people committed suicide only because of the lack of jobs. So if we have seen this type of calamity in past, so better business develop a robust contingency plan to ensure operational continuity. You never know what will happen in the future, or what kind of global health threats come in future. And the second threat which we have is the cyber security. And that is the one of the biggest challenge, because we are relying on digital technologies. We are relying on cyber security. So this we are relying on digital technology. So cyber security is a paramount concern for us. Cyber theft that literally disrupt business operation, compromising sensitive data and damage reputation. So what we have to do, we have to invest in robust cyber security measures that continuously update in essential protecting business asset and maintaining customer trust. So challenge, if we are talking about the emerging challenges, the COVID-19 happened, and you never know what will happen in future. That was the biggest challenge. And then there is cyber security in digital world, because many business processes are going digital. We are living in a digital world. Just a 1 minute break for the. So this is how this global business integrate. Now we have just finished our unit one for this unit one. Now we are coming to the unit two, which is your competitive advantage. Competitive advantage in terms of international business. So what is competitive advantage? Competitive advantage is basically nothing but dominance of the firm at world scale. This is what the competitive advantage. The word says competitive advantage. That simply means you are dominating at world scale, and that is how, because you have a very unique blend of resources, or you have a very strong strategy to manage all things. So what actually is the competitive advantage is basically nothing but the what kind of core competency you are having. Core competency means it is a source of competitive advantage that makes significant contribution to the perceived customer benefit, and it applies to variety of market, and it is very difficult for the competitor to compete. So we have to understand in that term what is a competitive advantage and what is a core competency, and how this things helps in growing business internationally. This is our second unit, which is known as global competitive advantage, analyzing the global competitive advantage. So as I discussed, competitive advantage is nothing but the dominance of the firm at the world scale. Simple reason, I'm going international, it means I have that strong product which can compete rest of the customer in the entire world. That is why I'm going. That is why I'm coming global. I have that much of a strong technology or unique blend of resources, or probably my strategies are going international, and my resources are so strong that I can beat the customer. And this is my core competency. Like that is a very significant contribution to the perceived customer benefit. What customer is thinking about my core competence, how I am, in which field I am good at about, and what customer thinks about my brand. So my core competency is applicable not only to my national market, it is applicable to many different customer markets. And most important thing, you can copy and imitate my product, but you cannot imitate my core competency in which I am good at. You can copy what I am writing, but how much creative I am within, you cannot copy that. Because every time I will keep on changing, every time you keep on imitating, but the first mover advantage will always come to me, and this is what my core competency. So we will try to understand the analyzing the global, how come this global competitive advantage help in growing business internationally, and what is its significance in today's business, in the modern day business world. So the evolution of competitive advantages started from local to global. So business basically tailored their strategies in rise of technology and communication, and the key components of global competitive advantages based on few factors. And the very first is the resource-based view. Like the state-of-art firms, what is the internal resources of my firm is having, that is very important for gaining competitive edge. And this could be your tangible asset, and this could be your intangible asset. It could be your, you can analyze the entire value chain, and probably this resource-based view lies in one of the value chains factor. So we will understand the global competitive advantage in terms of what are the key components of this global competitive advantage. So very first is the resource-based view. That is what the firm's internal resources, what kind of resources I am having internally, my capabilities, my strength. So it's not like that somebody is providing internally in which I am good. Like probably I am having the state of art technology like Apple, or probably I have a strong financial capital, or probably I have an intangible asset like brand reputation. If I having a very strong brand reputation, I may diversify with the same brand name in different market, and my brand reputation will help me in growing and diversifying my market. Or probably I have some very strong patent which is comes under the intellectual property right. Or these patent and this intellectual property right, these all are my internal strength, my inner core competency, which nobody can compete, and it has a value in customer mind, and it has a value in not only national market, but it has a value in international market. The kind of corporate culture I am having, these are my strength. I have my own. I'm taking the example of Nike shoes. Nike is a famous sports brand for shoes and everything, and my many sports related products. So Nike core competency is not in manufacturing. Its core competency in designing and merchandising. The core of Nike core competency, the competitive advantage of Nike depends upon its designing. Nike outsource its manufacturing to many Asian countries because these Asian countries have a cheap labor, a bigger manufacturing unit, but they don't have the core competency of that super design. And Nike is, their designing is so innovative that we have some chip-based shoes also, which is connected to your earphones, and there is a air-filled technology at the bottom sole of this Nike shoes. So Nike is very, very innovative in designing sports-related products and market. So resource-based view is like what kind of internal resources I am having, in that I can compete. That is my strength. Now, value chain analysis in global setting. See, in global context, optimizing each segment of the value chain, right from the procurement to the production, and even after sales, ac- across various geography is very important. And again, the Walmart, a global competitive advantage, stems in its unmatched efficiency in logistic and distribution. That is a part of global chain. I already told you, I have given you example of Walmart's. The Walmart is a clear example of how you analyze your value chain, how you strengthen your value chain, right from procurement to after sales services. Any part in between, and this value chain is given by quarter. That's comprised of inbound activities, outbound activities, and there are so many primary activities. So this entire business process is made of many processes, and any part of business process could be your core competency. It could be your logistic and distribution. It could be your after sales services. On that behalf, you can analyze your competitive advantage. Now, kind of challenges that we achieve in global competitive advantages. See, there is a many risks if you are going global. First thing is that very complex legal, political, and environmental message. Then you have to manage global operations. Then you have to manage political instability. You are managing cultural differences, and most importantly, you are managing currency fluctuation. So, how many things you are managing? Then digital technology and e-commerce, again, new competitive parameter. So it's very important that you have to be tech savvy approach for this global strategy. And how much innovative, how much adaptive, and how much agile you are into this fast evolving global market. That is, it means that relentlessly innovate yourself, adopt, and change. So this is not simple. This basically requires a very deep understanding of emerging trends and consumer behavior. So across different cultures and different markets. So it's important, or any misstep in this area, any missteps in this area can lead to your reputation damage. And that reputation will be your operational setback, and that will affect your business in a huge terms because you are not national, you are going international. Now, we will understand a very important Potter's diamond model. So this we are talking right now, we are talking about the global competitive advantage. We have discussed for many things, what is global competitive advantage and everything. So this Porter's national diamond model is basically, it is a fundamental framework, and it is developed by Michael E. Porter in his book, The Competitive Advantage of Nation. And it's important because this model provide a very comprehensive approach for analyzing the competitive advantage of nations and how to translate your business into success. So it is very relevant in understanding that certain industries within certain countries develop strong internationally. Have you ever realized why few countries developed so much in some field? Take the example of Germany. Why Germany is so famous in manufacturing cars? Ever thought about it? It's a small nation area wise, not having a very strong natural resources like in Indian we are having. So how it develops so good in manufacturing cars of almost all international cars model. So this model is a very strong framework to understand the competitive advantage of the nations. We have learned in economics and other subjects like land, labor, capital. These are the basic factor, right? Right. These are the factor, very basic factor. Not denying, but what Porter proposes is that national home base of an organization plays a very crucial role in shaping the extent to which it can be built a competitive advantage on global scale. So, according to Porter, the four determinants of national advantage are: very first is factor condition. Factor condition means we have to deep dive to unpack the each component, like what kind of factor we are having. So according to like human resources, physical resources, capital, these are the factor, but Porter suggests some advanced factor. And these advanced factor, like labor is one of the factor. We know land, labor, capital, that the previous factor which we have known. Porter suggests advanced factor, like labor is fine, but if you are having a skilled labor, you have a capital and you have a robust infrastructure at your home. So these things will overcome the labor and natural resources. The natural resources, like you have a suitable climate, you have a suitable land area, everything. But advanced factor says that having labor is one thing, having advanced labor and having a very strong infrastructure for your product and services having another thing, and this will bring you a competitive advantage. And this is the difference between the advanced factor and the basic factor. So Porter basically differentiate between the basic factor, which is natural resources, climate, location, and demographics, in between advanced factor, which is your infrastructure, manufacturing. It could be your manufacturing infrastructure, your communication infrastructure, your skilled labor, and most important is your technological know-how. So he argues that advanced factors, which are a product of investment and innovation, they will provide a more sustainable competitive advantage than basic factors, which can be more easily imitated or sourced, right? I'm taking the example of Finland's Nokia. Is Nokia, we know Nokia is from Finland. It's a small country. Important thing is that Nokia, Finland has invested so much in their education system that that whole country we have skilled labor which is too good in technologies and design session, because the country has invested in the basic infrastructure, that is education. So this is not the natural resources. Man, how advanced factors are gaining competitive advantages by investing in education, by investing in a state of art technology, by investing in building a strong infrastructure for your product and that will surpass your natural resources. And many examples I have given example of Dubai. The very small fishing country has changed the how much they have invested, how much they have invested in this advanced factor is the live example how a very small fishing island has changed into the one of the world's most developed nations in infrastructure, in technology, in everything. So this is how the competitive advantage takes in place. I am surpassing the natural sources. I'm investing more in advanced factor, which is my skilled labor, which is my state of art technology, which is my I'm providing a infrastructure for everything. And second thing, I'm continuously improving and specializing. It's not like that it's a one-time investment. Every time I am adopting the state of art technology, and that this will lead to more competitive industry. It's same is true with the Saudi Arabia also, because they're investing in technology a lot. They are manufacturing some world-class city, high-tech city, because they are natural resources. The big, very fine and good example is because the natural resource, that is oil, its demand is decreasing. Then source is also depleting. Demand is decreasing in sense because the business is going sustainable. The business is going more environmental production productively. So demand for these vehicles are decreasing. But I am not denying that demand of this factor will decrease, because we have air industries. It's difficult to run airplanes on this electric. So there are always for demand for this oil product, but definitely that demand will go down as more and more electrical vehicles are coming into the practice. Clear? So more and I am not relying on the natural resources. I am relying more on the advanced factor, which is the technology. Saudi Arabia, the biggest exporter of crude oil to the entire world, is investing more and more in the state of our technology. For tourism, main thing moving from this crude oil to tourism because of what? Because of this change and shift, a global shift. See, this moving towards the electrical vehicle is not a national thing. It's a global trend. It's a global trend for green technology, global thing for green processes, global thing for green product also. So this is the major shift which is happening, and the policies are making according to this of this. Paris Accord, Paris Agreement is one of the example of this. environmental protection rule on national level, environmental protection rule on international level, and the rules for the sustainable development internationally, and how the well-established companies are taking this example. These all are the example of how the business are taking competitive advantage by investing in advanced factor as compared to the natural factors. Same example is South Korea. South Korea has spent a lot in education and technology infrastructure. That is why we have Samsung, we have LG. Both are from this South Korea. Understood? Now we are coming to another factor of the diamond model is demand condition. Demand condition is not necessarily mean the international demand. How much your domestic demand is there? How much sophisticated we as a customer in my nation, in our country are having. Example is Japan. Japan is having a very sophisticated customer demand. So that basically pushes the national manufacturer to provide more sophisticated technology driven products. And this home market advantage often translate into competitive advantage globally. At my home market, I am as demanding for more sophisticated products. If I am demanding more sophisticated at national level, so this will translate into a competitive advantage for that company to compete at a global level. And Japanese technological product is one of the example because the consumer at the national level is very sophisticated in technology using. It's not like that you give something and they adopt. No, they ask for sophisticated product, so they have to manufacture a sophisticated product. And this sophistication will translate into the competitive advantage, and that will encash their global competency in them at the international level. Same is true with Italian fashion products. You think about the Armani, you think about this Prada. These all brands from the Italian fashion industry. So have you ever realized why these all major brands are from Italy? What is so? Because the national consumer plays a very major role in asking for the high quality products and innovative products. That is why the Italian fashion industry and luxury brands go internationally. Versace, Armani, all these brands are Italian brands and they are from Italy and they are competing. We know that these are competing globally because high level of quality innovation are partly due to the demanding standard of local consumer. This is the main reason but for competitive advantage because my home customer is very sophisticated and it is demanding, its demands is different, and that sophistication and that innovation in demand help me in creating my product and services very competitive, and it is giving me a competitive advantage on the by crossing the border. And how the size and market at home market is growing, this is also influence the competitive advantage because large and growing domestic market provide the scale needed to compete globally. The more demand, the large market in my home country will help me in managing my demand internationally. So the size and growth of domestic market in the United States have enabled American firms in various sectors to scale up. See, America is, I mean, if you look at the area wise, it's a huge country. So the domestic market in United States is way too big. They can very easily compete in various sectors because they have a capability to scale up their product and services. And this is the reason many American firms dominate globally in their product and services. Huge manufacturing hub, huge market in their local level. So they have a very robust technology and everything. So how much my national market is growing, that help me is in scaling up globally. Very important. So my what factors is important? Demand condition. And the previously we have learned about the factor condition. My internal strength, my home condition demand, my home country's market size. Now the third factor is related and supporting industries. I'm taking the example of Silicon Valley, then you will understand this, how come this related and supported industries help. Silicon Valley is the area in Southern California where all major tech giants are having their offices. It could be Google, it could be Meta, like Facebook, it could be anything, Microsoft. Microsoft in Seattle, Washington, but they have an office in this Silicon Valley. So this Silicon Valley is, so all tech giants are there. So the products related with this tech giants like chip and any small major parts, motherboards, all these ancillary industries are situated in the nearby area. So the presence of competitive supplier and related industries facilitate efficient access to inputs and information. I am manufacturing something. I'm manufacturing an iPhone. I need some few parts. So I don't have to rely on supplier who is living in China. Probably somebody is in nearby area. So this will help in exchanging the information. It encourage constant innovation, and these cluster or industry ecosystem basically enhance productivity and it spur competition. Same example is with the Germany automotive industry. That's benefit immensely from its strong engineering industry and network and high quality of component supplier. So this, if the proximity of industries basically facilitate knowledge and sharing a joint innovation efforts. So these collaborative environment can lead to the development of new technology and process. Silicon Valley, German car industries, or you can take the example of Indian film industry also. So all the film industries, the products and services are situated in the nearby area. So it will help in manufacturing the product jointly. So many innovative and creative, and you are dependent upon less supplier and this logistic, nearby logistic will help in reducing the cost and everything. And we have taken the example of Silicon Valley that simply exemplify how proximity and networking amongst tech firms lead to technological advancement and a very strong competitive position in the global IT industry. Clear? Fourth factor is in Porter's diamond model. There are four factors. The last one is form, strategy, structure, and rivalry. So, how much rivalry in the sense not globally, everything is nationally. If you are having a very strong positive rivalry in your national level, it means it will help you in gaining a competitive advantage in national level. Why? Probably you will make better product and services at your home, and your rival at home is at the same pace at you. So both of you will compete, and result will be a fine quality product which will compete globally. So intense domestic competition, diverse firms to improve efficiency and innovation, and it will prepare them for rigor of the global market. Fierce rivalry in the Japanese consumer electronic market in 1980s and 1990s led companies like Sony and Panasonic to global leadership position. This is the only reason. Sony and Panasonic regional. Same is true with the South Korean LG and Samsung. Both are from South Korea, and both of them form a very strong internal rival in South Korea, in their home nation. And both the companies are dominating at the national level. The reason is nothing but that they have a strong, very strong, intense rivalry in their home country. So the way companies, now how the organizational structures works here. So the way companies are organized and managed in different nations, they affect their competitive advantage. And this include corporate goals, relationship between management and employees, and the approach to solving problems. Now, what kind of another, not the fourth factor, but it is one of the important component of Porter's diamond model is what kind of role of government and what kind of factor, a chance, a natural chance, what kind of role government has and what kind of chance. Chance means a very natural chance which nobody has control over. You can plan your internal strength, you can plan your external. But what will happen in the future? Nobody has control, and this is known as chance. So that will influence Porter's diamond model. So government policies, it's not under your control. So government policies significantly influence each of the diamonds, each of the Porter's diamonds determined. The policies related to education, policies related to infrastructure, policies related to regulations, policies related to trade. These all can either enhance or impede the development of competitive industries. Take the example of Singapore. That government policy basically foster pro-business environment. Very much in pro-business environment. And again, it's the hub of many, the sea-link joins different parts of the world. And Singaporean is very pro-business environment. It's an investment in world-class infrastructure. They have been a central to its status as a global business hub. Why Singapore is a global business hub? Because the government is providing a very conducive business environment. And the investments happening because that state is providing a manufacturing hub for the entire business world. Chance is totally natural. We cannot direct chance. The COVID-19 happened. So unpredictable events like any technological breakthrough. Like technological breakthrough in today's world, we can take the example of artificial intelligence. What kind of shifts happening globally? The shift is right now we are moving more towards renewable energy sources. So these things will changing the entire business world. These things are changing the business processes. These are changing the new resources. These are opening the new opportunities. So this is the shift right now. I am talking about the current. What is happening in the current? What is happening? Current, what is happening? There are few crises going on in terms of Ukraine-Russia war and another crisis, the Iran-Palestine war. These two crises have an impact, especially the Ukraine-Russia war, which is disturbed the supply chain of the entire world in terms of crude oil and grains. Because I already said Ukraine is the hub for this Black Sea. So transit between Europe and Asia and Ukraine is in between. So global supply chain disrupted. You cannot have control. Second thing, the mega trend which is happening in the entire world is green. The green thing. The entire business process, the entire business world is going sustainable, going environment friendly. So there is a change in the consumer demand. There is a change in the product and services. There is a change in the entire business process. So this is the mega trend which is happening. Then how this chances affect where take the example of this COVID-19 disrupted the entire world. That was a very major one of a kind event in history. Then this demonetization, rise in internet technology after 1990s entirely changed and basically it's provided impetus for the rapid growth in IT sector in India. We have grown, exponentially growth was there. So there is a role of government, there is a role of chances, all the factors which Potter discussed in Diamond's model. And the factors are once again factor condition. Potter focused on more advanced factor. Then there is a demand condition, more domestic home market demand is more important to compete as Japanese Sony and Panasonic. Then there is how much related and supporting industries tie-ups are there. How much they are related and supporting industries are in a living by area. For example, is Silicon Valley. Then fourth factor is firm's internal strategy and rivalry. How strong is your domestic rival is important for competing internationally. And always these all factors have effect of natural chance and government policies. So this concludes your Porter's National Diamond Model. Okay. Now we will come to the what is economics of a scale and its scope. What is economic of a scale and its scope in global context? See, we are going global. So economics of a scale means you are producing something in a very large in very large quantity. That is basically bringing down your cost because your operational efficiency is so strong. You are producing in bulk, so that is bringing down your cost. So this is what known as economics of scale. Cost benefit when production efficiency increases as the scale of operation expands. So leading to a lower cost per unit output. And this phenomena is especially vital in global operations where companies can achieve high production levels, thereby reducing cost and enhancing competitive position. One of the biggest example of economics of scale is Henry Ford's T model car. For decades, I'm saying from I think from 1920 to 40, if I'm not wrong, the same model car produced in bulk, same model, same engine, same color. And this is how the mix, I mean, economic sector of India consumer of car have accessibility of the car because of this Henry Ford's mass production of T model. And this is the clear example of economic of scale. And we are producing in bulk, we are selling in bulk, so obviously bringing the cost down, and we are in excess of larger market share. No, this is what the economics of scale. Now, what is economics of scope? Scope means I am diversifying in more than one market, in more than one product range. So economics of scope is form efficiently broadens products range. Simple example take at the national level is Tata. Tata is from salt to trucks. So try to understand the economics of scope. How much I am diversified. I am manufacturing truck and I am manufacturing salt. So my spectrum of economics of scope is very wide. It's ranging from a commodity, a low commodity product to a very high-end technological product. In between, I'm diversified in many business. This diversification helps you in diversifying your, it will help in catering a broader audience, optimizing the cost, both thing, and mitigating your risk. So achieving economics of scope include expanding the product line, which includes complementary product, diversifying a new geographical market, and forming a strategic alliances and mergers to share resources and capability. Another example is Amazon started from online bookstore. Now that Amazon is selling almost everything. It started from a bookstore. Now it's a global e-commerce giant where it leverages its technological infrastructure and logistic networks. So the benefit of economics of scope include the ability to cater diverse consumer needs and risk mitigation by not being overly dependent upon a single product line or market. But managing a range of product or services introduces very complex and many dilute focus if not strategically managed. So this is why the strategic management comes into place. Now we will come to learn about one difference between standardization and the verification. Standardization in global refers that I am offering uniform product or services. Basically, this approach is rooted in the philosophy that successful product in one market will be equally successful in another, and given the convergence of consumer taste and preference globally. So it's basically allow firms to reap substantial economies of scale, streamline operations, and maintain consistent quality and build a unified global brand image. Um, Apple is one of the example in that is a standardized product, but that depends upon how much strong is your product. If your product is not very strong, then standardization won't work. But sometimes you are making products standards, it means you are overlooking the local market connection. You are overlooking the cultural preferences. But this is not why I'm telling you many products are meant for standardization, not all. So the risk is that a standardized product might not resonate well in every market, potentially leading to a disconnect with the local consumer. Moreover, in markets with intense competition and diverse consumer preference, a purely standardized approach may hinder a firm's ability effectively to compete and meet a specific market needs. Many times, Henry Fords reaped the benefit of standardization, but as the car market grew, standardization won't work in car market. Now, every customer has a different need. Every customer segment is having a different need. This is the live example of how many different models cars are available and how many not only as per the customer demand, as they are taking care of their very sophisticated demand as a color choices. We are not having only a black color car or a white color ambassador, which we had in India. Only ambassador car was there before 1984 when the Maruti comes in place. So this is how the standardization and differentiation depends. But now Apple can read the standardization because its product is the art of technology product. Nobody can beat it. And that product is basically capable of catering the need of the entire world in sense of their technology advancement because they are very good in innovation. So this is their core competency and they can reap the product of differentiation. Sorry, standardization, not the differentiation. No, differentiation, standardization, another thing, differentiation, another thing. Differentiation basically involve adopting product and services to meet the specific need and preference of the local customer. This approach recognizes and represents the diversity in consumer. So, in my view, what happened? What kind of products you are having for your firms? Your standardization and diversification go along with that. If I am a high-tech technological product, I can go for standardization. If I am in a food and beverage industry, I have to go for the differentiation. Very simple reason. I have to adopt the local preferences, local taste, and local culture. Simple example, it's your McDonald's. Its franchisee runs all over the world. In India, we have spicy paneer, aloo tikki burger. In if that McDonald's is having its franchisee in Arabian countries, the menu is entirely different. Whereas probably there must not be any pork burger. In India, we don't have beef burger. The same McDonald's in European country is full of beef and pork burger. So I'm changing my menu. I'm changing everything. I am relying on differentiation because the kind of product I am selling is meant for the local adoption and consumer preference. Otherwise, I am not able to sustain in the international market. So the cost, what the cost that differentiation brings is the complexity associated with customizing the product. You have to tailor product. You cannot standardize your product and service chain logistics because every time you need different products. The same supply chain won't work. So tailoring products or services to local taste and requires everything. It's a very different thing. So we have to maintain the balance between standardization and diversification. We can take the example of a strategic balance between differentiation and this standardization. So we can take the example of this Coca-Cola. The classic recipe is there, but it also offers region-specific beverages. Like we have many juices from Coca-Cola company. I think Minute Maid is from Coca-Cola, which is the taste of that juice is meant for this consumer wise. Very example of this maintaining strategic balances. Coca-Cola did try to change its basic recipe, but consumer refused because they want the classic Coca-Cola taste, which it was there always. There is no changes required. Same is if you try to consider the Parle-G biscuit. Any change in Parle-G biscuit will not be accepted. Any change in Maggi masala flavor will not be accepted because we are habitual of that particular. But apart from maintaining the standardization, differentiation is also there. Maggi is differentiating in providing atta noodles. Maggi with vegetable noodles. Same it's offering many products like zero coke, zero calorie coke. Then they have diversified in mineral water. They have diversified in juice. Same is Maggi is offering various flavor, but their masala flavor is still intact. Parle G has introduced a chocolate flavor. Parle G has introduced the oat flavor biscuit, but its original Parle G glucose biscuit will always rules and it will rule. This is how we are maintaining the balance between standardization and differentiation. Okay. Now, what the role? How do we implement a global strategy? So, implementing a global strategy to achieve competitive advantage in a multifaceted task that requires very careful consideration of various factors. Various factor means the process of implementing a global strategy entails a deep understanding of diverse market, and each market has its unique characteristics. That is unique characteristic in terms something which you can easily sell in north, not necessarily that is easily sell in south. So cultural nuances, consumer behavior, probably regulatory environment for the entire nation will be same, but competitive landscape changes. This is I'm talking about the national level. So think about how difficult it will be to navigate on the international level. So successful implementation requires a tailored approach, very tailored approach that respects these differences, that maintain a core value and a strategic objective of business. So take example, probably you can standardize your supply chain process efficiently, but you product offering you have to adopt as per the local market preferences. I'm taking the example of any retail store of international, like suppose we can take the example of Walmart. The Walmart is not in India. If Walmart comes to in India, it is famous for its robust supply chain. Good, you can standardize that process. But the product offering will definitely cater the need of Indian consumer segment. This is the true with the IKEA also. IKEA is furniture manufacturing. It has made its products as per the need of the Indian consumer. As we are not living in a big houses, we have small houses. So all the furnitures are meant to be for the small houses. But supply chain, later on I will give you the example. They have made a local partnership. Then you are implementing the global strategy. So strategic implementation is first thing. Second thing, innovation. Very much important. Very critical role, especially in today's rapidly changing business environment. Companies have to continually innovate, not only in their products and services, but also in their business model and processes. I'm saying not only in their product and services, the kind of business model you are having, that also need to change according to the time. So this innovation is very essential for staying relevant and competitive in various global markets. Tesla, for example, Tesla has disrupted the traditional automotive market around the world with innovative electric vehicles and unique approach. So every other car company is trying to make electric vehicles. So this is how innovation. It is a key driver behind every business product and services. If you are taking a technology, artificial intelligence is the latest technology, and that latest technology has changing the business process. Now people have started adopting that technology for business processes. Second thing comes to how you are. The adaptation is very much important. Much you adopt, how much you adjust with the changing environment. So this includes the understanding of the local consumer, adopting regulatory requirement and respecting cultural sensitivities. Take the example of Netflix. Netflix has excelled globally by adopting their content and platform to suit different cultural contexts and viewing preferences. National company, but providing series based upon their local choices. So this is how the adoption comes. See, the challenge is how I am balancing the efficiency and standardization with local relevance and differentiation. So company need to leverage the benefit of standardization. One thing, cost saving is there, brand consistency is there with that, but ensure that you are offering are relevant to the local market. So this balance requires very strategic approach and decision making, where the benefits of global integration are weighed against the need of a local response. And companies usually do that. Operation and strategic challenges helps in doing this. Second thing, the kind of leadership and organizational culture that play a very vital role in successful implementation of this global strategies, leadership. Because leadership have to have a global mindset and ability to inspire and manage and diverse team. Moreover, fostering organizational culture and values diversity that embraces innovation and support adaptability. And that is a very crucial success factor for global success. Clear? Now we will come to the unit 2, unit 3 basically. Revision of first 2 units have been done. Now we will come to unit 3. And your unit 3 is about, just a minute. It's about international business model. Just now we have discussed the kind of strategy we have to keep on changing and adopting the international model, business model we have. So this international business model is very interesting. We'll discuss just in 1 second. Yes, international business model. So, this the tapestry of opportunity for business seeking expand beyond their domestic boundaries. It's good, but we have to delve into the significance of various international business models. We have to examine how they contribute to companies' global success and adaptability. The concept of international business model basically it encompasses the strategies and structures that companies employ to operate and compete in the global marketplace. Clear? So we are living in a world where markets are increasingly interconnected. So understanding this model is not just beneficial but imperative for business aspiring to global reach. So these models dictate how companies enter for new market, how they manage international operations, and how they navigate this cross-border trade and investment challenges. So evolution of international business market basically mirrors the change in the global economic landscape. That from very basic traditional practices to modern digital commerce, the way in which companies conduct international businesses that have transformed dramatically, which we have learned in our last two lessons. So the evolution is propelled by the factor such as advancement in communication, right? And transportation technology, these two major factors, and liberalization in trade policies and emergence of new economic power. India is emerging as one of the new economic power. So these changes have not only opened the new market, but also introduced a new complexity and competition. So making the understanding of international business models more critical than ever. So we will learn. So understanding the diverse international business is crucial for companies looking to expand globally. So each models offer different pathways to international market with a specific advantage and challenges. Business must carefully evaluate their goals, capabilities, and the market environment. So which mode or suitable is strategy. So in the expensive domain of international business, companies adopt a variety of strategies to penetrate and operate in foreign markets. This includes exporting, one of the business model, franchising, another business model, licensing, another business model, joint venture, another business model, and there is a fully owned subsidiaries. Each model presents a unique pathway and the international expansion. Some with distinct advantages and challenges for sure. Why because we have to cater a very different business need and objective. So we are coming one by one. The very first business model is the gateway of international model is exporting. Simple. Exporting means you have something in surplus, probably of good quality. That is why you want to expand the national border and you want to export your product because your product is matching the quality standard of the international standard. So this is one of the most traditional form of international business. It involves selling goods or services produced in one country to the customer in another country. And this model is often the first step for businesses seeking to enter seeking to enter in the international arena. Why? It's relatively low risk and low risk and investment requirement. Clear, you are exporting something you are having, you just have to ship that product from one country to another country. So you're basically dependent upon the supplier and delivers. You don't have to invest in manufacturing or something like that. So companies can either export directly to their customer or use intermediaries like agents and distributors. So many SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprise, begin their international journey through exporting. So this is how they gradually build their presence in foreign markets. It is not meant that exporting is so easy. It is not without challenge. Many challenges faced by exporting. First of all, there's tariffs. There are trade restrictions and the complexity of navigating different regulatory environment. As this is true for any business model, you have to navigate through the different regulatory and environment. Moreover, you don't have a local market presence. You are just exporting your good. So this will limit your brand visibility, one thing, and customer engagement, another thing. Second model is franchising. So what is franchising mean? You are leveraging your brand power. Franchising allows business to grant another party the right to use your trademark, your business model, and the process. For what? To offer product or services under the business brand. And this model enables rapid expansion with relatively low financial risk to the franchisor. The franchisor bear most of the capital and operational cost, while the franchisor benefit from brand extension and the share of profit. A classic example A classic example of successful international franchising is the global fast food chain McDonald's. Very classic example because it has successfully replicated its business model across various countries. I think more than 140 countries. However, franchising demands of maintaining very consistent quality and service standards across all locations, which can be challenging in diverse market and with different cultural and operational norms. McDonald's examples I have given you many times. Try to relate with that. Third model comes is licensing. Licensing is again a flexible market entry approach. Licensing allows another license to use its intellectual property, like its patents, trademark, technology, in exchange for fee or royalty. So this approach is particularly appealing in industries where intellectual property is significant. Intellectual property is significant, it means pharmaceutical and technology. These are the two industries where licensing as a mode of international business model plays a very major role. As licensing offers a low risk entry into the region market, especially in countries with restrictive trade policies or complex legal environment, and it allows licensors to generate revenue from their intellectual properties without the need of substantial capital investment. However, primary risk, again I said it's not like that there is no risk, there is a risk in losing control over the low intellectual property, over how the intellectual property right is used. Potentially, it impacts the brand reputation. I am providing you with a license for my technology, for my patent. So you have to meet the standard. Otherwise, your brands will be diluted. Your brands will be diluted, and probably you may lose your brand reputation. Third form is your business model. Joint venture. So joint venture involves two or more companies, often from different countries, coming together to form a new entity. And this partnership allows companies to pool resources, share risk, and combine strength to achieve mutual business goals. Joint ventures are particularly beneficial in markets where local knowledge and presence are crucial for success. Um, Joint Maruti Suzuki is one of the example of joint venture. General Motors have engaged in joint venture to enter and expand in Chinese market. Then you have to leverage local partner expertise while bringing in enter and expand the Chinese market, leveraging local partners expertise while bringing their technology and operational capabilities. So challenge in joint venture lies in managing the partnership effectively. That is ensuring the alignments of goal and navigating potential conflicts. Fourth model is your wholly owned subsidiaries. Wholly owned subsidiaries means your full control in the foreign market. No joint venture, no licensing, no exporting. You are the one and you are the only one in your home country and you are the only one in your host country also. So this is an expensive business model because wholly owned subsidiaries is more direct but capital intensive approach. See, very direct but capital intensive approach. Control the foreign operations. And this approach offers implement its strategy. So Apple and Google have established wholly owned subsidiaries in various international markets and maintain their control and operations, branding and technology. See, these are companies are very strong tech giant. They are no competitor. And then they want to develop their brand. So they are going for wholly owned subsidiaries, and these companies are having enough capital to go for this expensive business model, capital rich business model, capital intensive business model. Because this model requires significant investment and bears higher risk. Higher risk in sense of where a political and economically volatile environment. So each international business model comes with its trade-off between control, risk, and investment, and in potential return. So the choice depends upon various factors, including company size, resources, industries, and specific characteristics of target markets. Companies often start with lower risk strategies like exporting or licensing, or gradually moving to the higher investment, mobile like joint venture or wholly owned subsidiaries, as they gain more experience and confidence in the international trade. So, understanding the dynamics of international trade and investment is fundamental for business aiming to thrive in global economy. So, these elements not only open avenues for the market expansion and resource access, but also brings challenges that require strategic foresight and meticulous planning and cultural sensitivity. In a world where economic interdependence continue to grow, and the ability of companies to effect navigate these dynamics will be a key determinant of their global success. So the pillar of global commerce is like international trade and investment serves as a international trade and investment. These two serve as the twin pillars of global commerce, driving economic growth and fostering international relationship and shaping the fortune of business worldwide. So we will now try to understand what is the international trade and investments. So and what are the dynamics of international trade? So international trade basically involves exchange of goods and services across national borders. And this exchange allows countries to expand their market access to new consumer bases and benefit from efficiency of global production. The dynamics of trade are influenced by factors like comparative advantage, where countries specialize in producing goods they can produce, and most effectively the trade for those who cannot produce efficiently. See, trade means what? You can produce or you can trade for those who cannot produce efficiently. It means everyone is having to access the good products and services. Somebody is producing, and if somebody is not producing, so we are trading for them. Then globalization and trade liberalization of few decades seen unprecedented growth of world trade. And these developments have reduced the trade barriers. Trade barriers in terms of tariff and quotas for making international trade more accessible and efficient. And I have given you example of some regional integration, European Union, Asian, and NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreements. These are the single market programs. These are meant significantly boost trade among member countries. So national trade policy that includes tariffs and agreements and exports intensive. This all plays a very crucial role in shaping international trade dynamics. And these policies can either promote or hinder trade, impacting the competitiveness of the domestic industry in the global market. Protectionist policy like tariffs and quotas, these aim to shield domestic industry. MNCs are coming in my country, but that doesn't mean that they exploit our resources. So this can lead to a trade disputes and many other retaliations. So protectionist policies are always required, and that will impact the global trade relations. Now, what is the role of investment in international business? We have discussed the FDI, foreign direct investment. Now we will discuss portfolio investment. We will discuss FDI also. Now, what is portfolio investment? It does not it basically does not involve control over the business. It includes investment in foreign stocks, bonds, and other financial assets. While it offers investor exposure to the international market, it is generally less impactful on the host country's economies as compared to FDI. FDI is involving the investment of capital by a company from one country business interest in another country, and this can take the form of establishing operation, acquiring assets, or creating joint venture. But portfolio investment does not involve control over the business. It includes investment for foreign direct stocks, other financial assets. While it offers investors exposure to international markets, it is generally less impactful on the host country economy as compared to FDI. So portfolio investment is sensitive to global economic condition and can be more volatile, more volatile, as seen during financial crisis when rapid outflow of portfolio investment can occur. So strategic consideration why in trade and investment is you have to assess your market potential. Consider the factors like consumer preference, purchasing power, competitive landscape, market research, very important, feasibility studies, run pilot projects. These are something to gauge market potential before committing significant resources. Then come to navigating the legal and regulatory environment, very important. International trade and investments are governed by very complex legal and regulatory environment. Companies must navigate these frameworks, which include trade laws, investment treaties, and tax regulations. Try to understand the cultural and ethical background of that nation. So companies, I said, IKEA and Unilever have placed significant emphasis on the ethical sourcing and sustainability in their international operations because you are aligning with global consumer trends and ethic standards. Now we will discuss in detail each business model, that is licensing as a mode of entry. So licensing is agreement where a company grants right to another company. Like the one is licensor and grants right to another company is known as licensee to use his intellectual property rights such as patent, trademark, or technology for a specified research in return for a fee or royalty. I'm not giving for free. So this agreement allows the license to manufacture and sell product or services under a licensor brand with its technology in a specific foreign market. So strategic advantage of licensing is licensing offers a low risk, cost effective method for business to enter foreign market. By licensing to local companies, licensor can benefit from the license market knowledge, establish distribution networks, and consumer base. Then intellectual property right, monetization, and brand expansion. Licensing enables companies to monetize their intellectual property and expand their brand presence globally. Though licensing agreement companies can generate revenue stream from their intellectual property while extending their brand reach in international market. These are the advantages, but challenges is like control and quality assurance. This is one of the biggest and foremost challenges. Licensing is maintaining control over how the IP is used, ensuring that licensing adheres to the licensor quality standard, brand image, and business practices. It's very crucial. So poor management or misconduct by licensing can damage the brand reputation and its intellectual property rights value. Then there are legal and contractual complexity. Licensing involves complex legal and contractual agreements, which require very careful drafting to protect the interests of both parties. Issues such as IP rights, royalty calculations, and many things. There are territory coverage, dispute resolutions. These all need to be very clearly addressed in the licensing agreement. Then strategic alignment and long-term consideration. So aligning strategic goals between the licensor and the licensee is vital. It's very vital for successful licensing partnership because licensor must also consider the long-term implication of licensing, such as potential market dependency and the impact of future business. Several industries have been using licensing as a mode of entry, especially in pharmaceutical companies. Companies often license output patented drugs to foreign firms, allowing them to tap into the market by they cannot directly serve. So the international in the entertainment and media industry, licensing is a common practice, and Netflix works under the licensing. It's strange to know, but yes, Netflix went under the licensing, and it's a very common practice for distributing content across different regions in the platform. Then comes the joint venture. Joint venture and strategic alliances represent a very collaborative approach to international business that offers companies to way to share resources. I am having one resource, other countries having other resource. So joint venture basically make a pool of resources, making a pool of resources while exploring new markets or expanding existing operations. So concept a joint venture is basically a strategic partnership where two or more companies agrees to combine resources to achieve a specific goal, to undertake a very specific project. Often resulting in the creation of a separate legal entity. So this entity is jointly owned by partner companies and operates as an independent business. So what advantage do we have from joint ventures? It allows companies to pool their resources, their expertise, and particularly beneficial when entering in unfamiliar market. They provide access to local knowledge, distribution networks, and regulatory compliances, and reducing the risk and cost associated with market entry. Like China leverage their market insight and distribution networks. See, international automakers joint ventures take a liberty of these local companies like China because China leverage their market insight and distribution network where they bring technological and managerial expertise. But challenges in joint ventures like that alignment and integration and differences in corporate cultures and management style. So ensuring a very clear communication and shared goals and equitable management control is essential for the success of JV. It's more or less more like that joint venture. There is strategic alliances. Unlike joint venture, strategic alliance typically do not involve in joint venture is one thing, strategic alliance is another thing. Both comes under the same category, but unlike joint venture, strategic alliance typically do not involve the certain new entity. These partnership are agreement between companies to cooperate in a specific business activity. We are sharing resources and capital, remaining independent as an organization. So, strategic alliances offer flexibility and allow companies to collaborate on a specific project in certain areas of business, such as research and development, supply chain management, and marketing initiative, and they enable companies to combine strength and offset weaknesses, often leading to innovation and shared market growth. Tesla has many strategic alliances with manufacturing automaker companies. So the success of a strategic alliance hinges on clear agreement terms, mutual trust, and ongoing communication. Aligning strategic goals and ensuring that each partner brings complementary strengths are key. We are maintaining the flexibility and adaptability and change the market condition is also very crucial. So joint venture and strategic alliances are vital tools for companies who are looking to expand their international footprints. By leveraging collaborative model business, mitigate risk, gain access to new market and technologies, and they enhance their competitive position in global market. So understanding these strategic implications, the benefit and challenges of this market is very crucial, and companies seek to navigate the complexity and the international success successfully. Next, we are coming to export and import. So exporting, as we said earlier, selling of goods and services produced in one country to consumer in the other country. So these methods, often the very first method as we have discussed. So what are the benefit and strategic advantage of exporting? So exporting allows company to expand their markets reach. It increases sales and it's diversify their consumer base. And it also enable them to utilize excess production capacity and extend the life cycle of their products. So many small and medium-sized industries are exporting as a stepping stone to test international waters before committing more resourceful for foreign markets. Before committing more resources for the foreign market. But challenges and advantages, despite the advantages, exporting challenges such as, again, we are navigating through the regulatory environment. We are understanding the tariff system. We are managing the logistic. Our exporter has to manage with the currency fluctuation, and that is one of the biggest risk because it will currency fluctuations is the risk and it affects pricing and profitability both. Importing sourcing globally. The importing basically involves bringing goods and services from foreign markets into a company's home country. So business imports products for various reasons that include sourcing cheaper. Could be you are getting something cheaper rather than your home country, or higher quality materials. Could be there a higher quality material. So accessing products not available locally and taking advantage of global supplier expertise. The importing can also lead to a cost saving, quality improvement, and product diversity. And it allows business to stay competitive by optimizing their supply chain and offer a wide range of products to their customer. Then challenges is like ensuring the product quality and dealing with customs and import regulations and managing international suppliers relationship. So importers must also be aware of potential ethical issues and sustainability across sustainability concerns associated with sourcing the foreign market. So what could be the strategic approach for exporting and importing? So successful exporting and importing requires through market research and identify potential market and understand local consumer preference, competition, and regulatory environment. So ensuring compliance with international trade laws and including export controls and import tariff is very crucial to avoid legal issues and fines. The e-commerce platform, we have heard about Amazon, we have heard about Alibaba, we have heard about eBay. These have become very pivotal in this digital commerce landscape, and they basically facilitate the transaction and connecting the consumer with this what I'm saying with this global world. So we are almost done with this different business model. Licensing we have done, joint ventures we have done, strategic alliances, exporting, sourcing globally we've done. Then comes the e-commerce and the digital international business. So we are discussing the example of this Alibaba and Amazon and everything. So digital business models, see, we have seen that this digital age has basically ushered in a transformative era for the international business. It's redefined how companies operate and compete in a global stage. E-commerce and digital business models have become a key player in this transformation, offering a new pathway for companies to see. If the revolution, this platform basically allows companies include a small and medium-sized enterprise. This is the important thing. Not only big, heavy giant, small and medium scale can much easily operate and tap into the global market with the help of e-commerce and digital platform. With relative ease and efficiency, this e-commerce business can access wider customer base. So advantage that business models offers, like we are overcoming the traditional entry barriers. The most significant of digital business is that the ability to overcome in the traditional business where there is no geographical borders, you are not traveling anywhere. You are able to manage your business while sitting in your home country. You can sit, gather, analyze a vast amount of data, customer data, because that analyzing will provide you wider insight into the consumer preference and behaviors, which can be leveraged or targeted marketing the product development. So one of the most significant that digital business model is their ability to overcome the traditional barriers to market entry. Then internal, especially small and medium enterprises, which once found it challenging to enter international trade. Why? Because they have limited resources. How can they reach global audience? But through online platform, they enable their business to bypass conventional distribution channels, and they reduce dependency on intermediaries and allowing direct engagement with the customer service. This is what the digital technology help in growing small and medium businesses. But there are many benefits, but navigating the digital global market is not without challenges. Cultural and language barriers still plays a crucial role in consumer behavior, necessitating localized market strategy and website content. Moreover, businesses must comply with the diverse regulatory environment of different countries. Like in India, many websites are banned. Another country in China, WhatsApp is banned. So you have to go for many different. China has a very protective environment. They have their own system. They don't allow the other companies to enter, not digitally or not physically, both. So adapting to changing consumer expectation is another challenge. So in digital era, consumer expectations are continually evolving. There are co-creation kind of thing is coming on, and many things are there. So there is an increasing demand for personalized shopping experience. Nowadays, the demand for the increasing demand for the personalized shopping experience, fast and reliable shipping, high quality customer services, business venturing into the international e-commerce. So these all must be equipped to meet these expectations. So these which basically mitigate the risk and advanced logistic solutions, customer relationship management. All these are responses customer channel which help in navigating through this. So the effective use of technology is very crucial in maximizing the benefit of digital business models. Innovation in artificial intelligence, big data analytics, and blockchain are the examples which offer opportunity for enhancing operative efficiency, improving customer preferences, and ensuring secure transaction. Companies that adeptly leverage this technology can gain a significant competitive advantage in global digital marketplace. Now, what could be the future trends for evolving landscape? So the landscape of digital international business is continuously evolving. It's driven by technological advancement and changing behaviors. The rise of mobile commerce, social media marketing, and emerging technologies like augmented reality are shaping new consumer engagement model. So businesses must stay abreast of these trends and be agile in adopting their digital strategy to remain competitive and relevant in the international arena. So in conclusion of e-commerce and digital international business model, we can say there is a paradigm shift in the global trade. They offer business unprecedented opportunities for market expansion, cost efficiency, and consumer engagement. However, success in this digital domain requires strategic planning, technological adaptness, and understanding of the nuance of the challenges of the global digital market. So as we move forward, the ability to adopt and innovate the digital space, it will be a key of achieving the sustaining digital business. So this ends our unit 3 of going international. Now I'm taking a break for 10 minutes. We'll be back after 10 minutes. Then we will go for this unit 4. Yes, unit 4. Unit 4 is Unit 4 is about the different theories of international business. So a 10-minute breaks, and after that I will rejoin again. हाँ लड़की बेटा तो घंटे का स्मैक में ना कर नहीं बिगड़ जा हमारे घंटे का दिन स्टार्ट में बात हमारे हमारे हमने क्या मेरा काम हो रहा है दो It's 2 o'clock. I am back again. We will start from the Unit 4 revision. That is your nothing but the theories of international business. We have learned about the many theories. See, till now, till Unit 1st, 2nd, 3rd, what we have learned, how this business operate, how this global business evolve, what are the different modes of entry, different business models. Now, everything is practical based. But there must be some theory behind this academic rigor of international business strategy. So, what kind of theories lies behind this practical implication, which helps in building this strong strategies and everything? So, this we will learn few theories. This theoretical, this international business is very vast and dynamic, we know, and in this and these are underpinned by many theories. That theories basically explain how business cross national borders and it operates globally. And this lessons we will embark in various theories. So, what is the significance of this theoretical framework? These theory basically provide a lens through which we can understand and motivate and understand the motivation and benefits and risks and strengths associated with this international business activities, from determining the most efficient work of entry study and understanding the impact of global economic policies on trade. And these theory offer crucial insight and guide to business their international endeavor. So the very first theory which is coming under this is just a minute. As we learned about the evolution of the global business, same is how the evolution of international business theories mirrors the historical shifts in global economic landscape. That's from very early mercantilized idea that focusing on the accumulation of wealth through the trade landscape to to contemporary contempts of that incorporate very complex global supply chain and digital marketplace. And these theories have continuously evolved, and they reflect the change in global economic dynamics, advancement in technology, and increasing interconnectedness of markets. So these evolutions highlights the need. These evolutions highlight the need of the of how various skill theoretical frameworks help in navigating the ever-changing global business environment effectively. And established theory, uh, established theory and the emerging trends. So how this gap has been bridged between theory and practice. This is very understanding to about that we will learn from this lesson. So the first theory is transaction cost theory in international. So the concept of transaction cost theory in the context of international business is pivotal in understanding why companies chooses a specific mode of entry into foreign market. And this is primarily associated with the economist Ronald Ross, and it is further developed by Oliver Williamson. It revolves around the idea that companies seeks to minimize cost associated with making transaction when expanding internationally. Businesses faces a variety of transaction costs, from finding reliable supplier and distributor to negotiating the contracts and ensuring compliance with local laws and services. Transaction cost can be broadly categorized into three types, like search and information cost, bargaining and decision cost, and policing and enforcement cost. So search and information costs are associated with the effort needed to find suitable trading partners and valuable market information. So bargaining and decision costs relate to the process of negotiating terms and conditions and market and making arrangement with partners. Policing and enforcement costs involves ensuring that all parties adhere to terms and agreement, which can be particularly challenging in international settings due to different legal systems and cultural practice. So transactional cost theory is relying on the three costs: market entry cost, bargaining and decision cost, and third is policing and enforcement cost. So when a company decide to enter in a foreign market, it evaluation the it evaluates the transaction cost. It evaluates the transaction costs related with all its entry mode. Like suppose we have chosen exporting as a business model. So the kind of cost which is related with exporting is it's lower transaction cost, as it requires less commitment and resources than establishing a physical presence in the target market. However, indirect exporting through intermediates can raise transaction costs because reduced costs cover the distribution process. Right? If we talk about the licensing and franchising, so there is a lower transaction cost as compared to setting up a new operations like licensing and franchising agreement. Licensing and franchising agreements can, however, lead to a higher policing and enforcement costs due to the challenges in monitoring and controlling the operation from a distance. So in exporting, there is a low transaction cost because commitment and resources are less. And there is no physical presence in the target market, but indirect exporting through intermediaries can raise the transaction cost. And due to reduced control over the distribution process, there is a cost. In licensing and franchising, there is a low transaction cost as compared to setting up a new subsidiary operation, but there is a licensing and but there is a higher policing and enforcement cost in licensing and franchising due to the challenges in monitoring and controlling the operations from a distance. So in different business model, one cost is lower as three costs are discussed. First one is your entry first cost is your entry cost, second cost is your this exporting policing and enforcement cost, and actually first cost is your search cost, second cost is your bargaining and decision cost, and third cost is your policing and reinforcement cost. So search and information cost, bargaining and decision cost, and policing and enforcement cost. So every business model, there are some costs is higher and some costs is lower. As franchises and business, there is low investment transaction cost, but policing and performance cost is higher. If we talk about the joint venture, so these agreements can help in reducing the transaction cost by sharing the burden of investment in and leveraging local partner market. However, they can also lead to higher bargaining and decision costs. So here bargaining and decision cost is higher as compared to other costs. So you have to make a trade-off between all the different costs. If we take about the wholly owned subsidiary cost, then wholly owned subsidiary offers the highest level of control, potentially reducing whole control is mine. So potentially there is no policing and enforcement cost. However, more often involves significant upfront investment and high search and information cost, especially if you are operating in a very unfamiliar market. So the essence of transaction cost is categorized in three types of cost: search and information cost, bargain and decision cost, and policing and enforcement cost. And different entry mode like exporting, licensing and franchising, joint ventures, and strategic alliances, and wholly owned subsidiaries. In any of this business model, one cost is higher, other cost is lower. So we have to think and decide what kind of product and services we are having. And according to that, we can apply that model. Now, how can we apply the transaction cost theory in strategic decision making? See, for example, we take the example of a tech company. So, with unique intellectual property, definitely it will prefer. It's very clear, very clear. If I am having some product in surplus, but I am not having enough money to invest in infrastructure to sell my products and services in other parts of the world, definitely I will go for simple exporting and importing, because transactional cost is low, but transactional cost in terms of intermediaries will exceed, but that will, in one reason, we can take that cost. If I am having enough of my capital intensive infrastructure, but I am looking for a brand, I will go for licensing and franchising, because it will lower my transactional cost, but policing and enforcement cost will be higher because there is a constant check and there is a fines and penalty in licensing and franchising. Joint venture, I am leveraging everything. I am leveraging my capital cost, transaction cost. I am leveraging my policing and enforcement cost. But there is third cost coming picture, that is bargaining cost. Two parties are coming together. So there must be some bargaining. There must be some agreement. So you are somehow compromising on something. This is what not the bargaining. So here the second cost, that is your bargaining cost coming picture. Then is your wholly owned subsidiaries, which is very capital intensity. There is literally no policing and enforcement cost, but there is a very high transaction cost. But tech giants will go for definitely for this. So all these costs and all these mode of entries depend upon the kind of resources you are having, the kind of products you are having. and what kind of market research have you done. So all these theories are applicable in deciding which mode of entry should I take, which kind of products I am having. So this theory provides this what framework for this. Now we will come to the this comparative advantage theory. Just now we have learned about the transactional cost theory. Now we will come to the comparative advantage theory. The word itself is saying you are comparing different advantages. So this theory is basically originated by David Ricardo in the early 19th century, and this theory points the country should specialize in producing and exporting goods in which they have a relative efficiency advantage and imports goods from where they are relatively less efficient. So you are going for where you are efficient, go for that. Where you are less efficient, import that. So this specialization, according to the theory, leads to increase the overall efficiency and welfare of the countries involved. I am good in one something, you are good in something else. So if we are coming together, it means we are making comparative advantage between your uniqueness and my uniqueness, so that each country will come together and it can be beneficial for country even if I am not available in getting that advantage. Because you cannot produce all goods and services efficiently. No one is perfect to produce all goods and services. So what is the strategic appliances of comparative advantage theories? By specializing in goods where they hold a very strong competitive advantage, countries can produce more efficiently, leading to a larger combined output. And this specialization is a key to enhancing productivity and economic welfare. See, a country with a climate suitable for viticulture might specialize in wine production, while a country with abundant mineral resources might focus on mining activities. Depends upon my country is rich in growing grapes and everything. I will go for this wine culture, like in the Napa Valley. Many countries are meant for this very strong wine industry, like in Southern California, Napa Valley is there only for wine industries. Jharkhand in India is famous for this only mineral because the natural things are natural things this is my specialties. Patterns like comparative advantage theory help So take the example of this So we were discussing this transactional cost theory. Something went wrong in between. We were discussing this comparative advantage theory. Uh, so comparative advantage theory is about the relevant efficiency in the production of goods and services, which is determined by the opportunity cost, the cost of producing the cost of producing the next best alternative. A country probably has a comparative advantage in producing a good if it can produce it at a lower opportunity cost than its trading partners. The theory suggests that trade can be beneficial for countries even if one has an absolute advantage and can produce all goods and more efficiently over another, as long as each country specializes according to its comparative advantages. So, in the modern globalized economy, the concept of comparative advantage extends beyond the traditional factors like land, labor, and capital. If it now includes aspects like technology, innovation, capacity, education levels, and even the institutional and regulatory environment. For instance, Silicon Valley success, the tech industry is as much a product of its innovative culture and venture capital availability as it is the technological prowess. So, comparative advantage in the concept of globalization, we can say that it's become more integrate global supply chain where different stages of productions are spread across multiple countries and have redefined the concept of countries. Countries now find niche and specific parts of production and process rather than the production of the entire goods. So this fragmentation has led to scenario where comparative advantage lies not just in countries but in the segments of the chain. So the trade agreement and comparative advantage play a very crucial role in shaping the landscape of comparative advantage by reducing trade barriers. These agreements can enhance the ability of countries to specialize according to their comparative strength. Next is the electric paradigm and the multinational enterprise business. So what is electric paradigm? This theory is developed by John Denning in the late of 1970s, and it's emerged as a pivotal framework in understanding multi operations. So this paradigm, also known as OLI framework. Remember that OLI framework. And OL, what OLI stand? Will let you know. O stand for ownership advantage. L stand for O stand for ownership. L stand for location. And P LOI and I stand for internalization. And I stand for internalization. Internalization is for I. So this electric paradigm theory is based upon the three things, which is known as OLI framework. This integrates various theories of international business to explain why companies become multinational and how they choose their modes of foreign operation. It asserts that a combination of ownership, location, and internalization advantages determine the extent and the nature of companies' international activities. Or defining ownership advantages refer to a unique asset and capabilities that a firm possesses, which give its competitive edge over a local firm in foreign markets. These can this these can include technology, brand reputation, managerial expertise, and patented process. So Apple is a very strong brand identity and innovative technology are significant ownership advantage. That company is having an ownership advantage and that have facilitated its success in global market. Now, development and maintenance of ownership advantage. Multinational organization continuously develop and maintain their ownership advantage through research and development, innovation, and strategic resources allocation and acquisition of specialized knowledge. So continuous investment in research and development is crucial for MNE to sustain their competitive edge and adopt the changing market demands and technological advancement. L is location advantage. So factors contribution to location advantage. Location advantages are the benefit derived from the operating in a particular foreign market, and these include market size, growth potential, access to resources and labor, economic and political stability, and favorable regulatory environment. For example, many M&E invest in China due to the large market growth, middle class, and increasingly skilled labor force. And strategic consideration in selecting location when considering international expansion, multinationals carefully analyze various factors such as proximity of key market and everything. Internalization means advantages refer to the benefit of a company gains by managing its operations internally rather than relying on external market or the market. So this often involves consideration of annual consideration around protecting property knowledge, optimizing supply chain management, and maintaining quality control. Coca-Cola internalized their operational to protect their secret formula and ensure consistent product quality worldwide. Nobody knows they have internalized this their process of this Coca-Cola because they want to keep it secret their manufacturing process. So weighing the cost of benefit of internalization, so the decision to internalize involves weighing the cost of setting up and managing foreign operations against the benefits of control over resources and operations. Such factors as transition cost, risk associated with sharing properties, information, and the efficiency of supply chain, and all everything plays a very crucial role. Now, how this electric paradigm is applicable in multinational corporations? So, depending upon the OLI advantage, multinational corporations use various entry modes like exporting, licensing, franchising, joint. For example, with significant ownership advantage and limited understanding of a foreign market, we might opt for a joint venture with a local company. Then electric paradigm also guides M&A in global expansion and diversification strategies. Companies can identify market where their specific advantage will be the most effective and tailor their strategic needs. So in conclusion, we can say that the electric paradigm serve as a comprehensive and versatile framework for the MNCs planning and executing international strategies by providing a holistic view of the factor influencing the international business activity. It guides companies to make strategies and decisions and everything. So these were something about the theories. Now next we will learn about. So we have learned about 3 or 4 theories. The first one is transitional cost theory, then comparative advantage theory, then electric paradigm OLI theories. And every theory is based upon the practical application and how and which different entry business mode we have to choose. What are the cost analysis? What are the advantages and disadvantages of implying all these theories? Once again, I am revising theories in short. Transitional cost theory, where we have compared the different costs in different entry mode. Then comparative advantage theory, efficiency in production goods and services, which is determined by the opportunity cost. Then we have come to electric paradigm theory, which works on the OLI OLI frameworks. Now we are coming to strategic implications for international trade and investment. So understanding the theories of international trade and investment is crucial for business operating globally. So these theories not only explain the dynamics of global market but also offer strategic insight for companies looking to expand internationally in this. So how leveraging comparative advantage for international trade? What could be the strategic market selection? So the theory of comparative advantages suggests that countries and businesses should focus on industries where they hold efficiency advantage for businesses. And this means identity and capitalizing their unique strength, whether the technology expertise or the resource access to penetrate the international markets. Companies specializing in high technology products may find more opportunities in markets that value can afford, such as innovations rather than market with lower purchasing power. Product diversification and adoption, understanding comparative advantage also enables companies to diversify their product offering to suit different markets by aligning products with specific needs and different to, to each market. Businesses can maximize their international appeal and profitability. A clothing retailer, for example, might adopt its fabric and design to suit the climate and cultural preference of each target market. The electric paradigm and the multinational enterprise. So, the electric paradigm or OLI framework helps businesses decide whether the venture overseas through the exporting, licensing, franchising, or establishing subsidiaries. This decision is based on an assessment of ownership, location, and internalization advantage. A firm with strong brand ownership strong advantages might prefer wholly owned subsidiaries to maintain a control, while another might choose franchising to capitalize to a local market advantage. Managing across border, the paradigm also guides multinational enterprises in managing their international operations. Companies need to continually evaluate and leverage their ownership advantages, adopt to the location and advantage of each market. So this strategic assessment is crucial for in response to the changes in market condition, compete landscape, and internal organizations growth. Transaction cost theory and the market modes. Transaction cost theory prompts companies to analyze the costs associated with different market entry modes. Firms seek to minimize these costs, which include search and information costs, bargaining and decision costs, and policing and enforcement costs. For instance, we can take company might opt for joint venture over a wholly owned subsidiaries in a complex foreign market to reduce the cost and risk associated with unfamiliar legal and business environment. So the transaction cost perspective require businesses to be adaptable, adjusting and their entry strategies in response to evolving market conditions and transactions cost structure. This dynamic approach is vital in maintaining efficiency and competitiveness in international market. In today's interconnected world, global economy, strategic alliances and joint ventures are increasingly important. So these collaborative arrangements allow companies to combine their strengths, share risk, and access new technological markets. So collaboration with local firms can be particularly effectively market where the local knowledge and relationships are crucial for business success. So we can say that theories of international trade and investment offer a very valuable strategic insight for business on operations of global market. By understanding and applying these theories, companies can make informed decisions and choices. So emerging theories and their trends. What's the emerging theories and trends in international business? The ever-evolving sphere of international business, it's marked by a very rapid change and emerging trends that significantly influence global economic activities. We, the new theories and the trend shaping international business today, exploring their importance and implications for companies on operating the global markets. The advent of digital technology, the shift towards network of global economy, and increasing focus on sustainability and ethical business practice stands and the forefront of these transformative changes are important to understand. So digitalization, the digital revolution has ushered in the new era in the international business. It is characterized by the significant shift towards the digitalization and e-commerce. These transformations have revolutionized traditional business models, allowing companies to transcend geographical boundaries and access to global market with unprecedented ease. E-commerce platforms have emerged as a powerful tool for business to engage directly with international customers, bypassing conventional distribution channels and intermediaries. So the rise of digital platforms like Alibaba and Amazon epitomize the trend, facilitating global trends and commerce in ways previously unimaginable. As business navigate this digital landscape, developing effective strategies for digital globalization, it becomes imperative. Adopting to the digital marketplace entails more than just establishing an online presence. It basically involves comprehensive approach that includes tailoring marketing strategies, digital platform, and many other things. So the concept of golden value chain, global value chain, it's represent the pivotal shift in understanding of international production processes. Global value chains describe the fragmentation of production across different geographical locations, each adding value to the final products. This phenomena has given rise to the network of global economy where businesses are interconnected through complex cross-border supply chains. Prominent examples include companies like Apple, which design its products in United States but relies on global network of suppliers for manufacturing and assembling this entire business. I have just a minute. I have an example of this Apple. I will give you. See how this Apple has, where Apple manufactures, where Apple. I've making the case study for that. See how Apple works, manufacturing in one country, assembling in another country. So this will give you a very clear examples of how Apple works. How Apple works in a digital world. Not able to find it right now. No problem. Very good. So sustainability and ethical business practices is again a new global trend which every company is learning nowadays. So this ends your unit 4, which is based upon the different theories. Now we are coming to unit 5, the revision of unit 5. Developing global competency. Unit 5 is about a developing global competencies. It is very essential component of a very essential component of contemporary international business education. As we are rapidly globalizing world, its ability to navigate diverse cultural, economic, and political landscape is more crucial than ever for business seeking international success. So, what is our global competency? How introduction of global competency is important? We will learn in this chapter. So, what is a global competency? So, global competency basically refer to the skill and knowledge and attributes that individuals and organization need to navigate the complexity of the international business successfully. And these competencies go beyond traditional business like skill and encompass a broader set of capabilities like that enable individual to function effectively in diverse culture and in diverse geographical contexts. So your global competencies include first thing, cultural awareness, the understanding of different cultures, norms, values, and communications styles is essential for building relationships and conducting businesses across. Then adaptability, the ability to adopt the new environment, market, and situation in crucial in rapidly changing global economy. Then global communication, effective cross-cultural communication skill includes proficiency in multiple language. These are very vital for conveying ideas and building partnership internationally. Problem solving. Global competencies include the capacity to address complex challenges and make informed decisions and resolve conflicts in multicultural settings. So, global market knowledge. A deep understanding of international market trade regulations and global economic trends is essential for strategic decisions. So, your global competencies is your cultural awareness, your adaptability, your global communication, your problem solving skill, your knowledge about the global market. These all are your global competencies in global world. Now, what is the significance of this global competency? First is you need market expansion. So companies with employees who possess global competencies can explore new markets. And what are the global competencies? Once again, cultural awareness, adaptability, global communication, problem, global market knowledge. And why do we need? You need market expansion, you need innovation, you need risk mitigation, you need brand reputation, and you also need employee engagement. Employees who develop global competencies tend to be more engaged and satisfied in their roles, leading to the higher retention rates. So, how to build competencies for international expansions? See, globalization has created opportunity for business to reach a wider customer base, tap into new market, and diversify revenue stream, whether it is entering emerging markets, establishing cross-border partnership, or setting up overseas subsidiaries, anything. So developing an international business acumen, so building competencies for international expenses begin with fostering international business acumen among employees. And this involves providing them with knowledge and insight that is necessary to navigate the intricacies of the global market. And the key element of international business acumen include market research. A very robust market research is the foundation of successful international expansion. Companies must analyze market size, consumer behavior, and competitive landscape in target region. Second, legal and regulatory compliances. Understanding and adhering to international trade export regulations and local business laws in crucial for avoiding legal pitfalls and everything. So these are very important. Then third one is your cultural sensitivity. Employees should remain in a cross-cultural communication, negotiation, and etiquettes to foster positive relationship with international partners and customers. Fourth point is risk management. Developing risk assessment and risk mitigation strategy is vital, and this is to minimize the potential pitfalls in international expansions. So, how do you build this uh, competency? How do you build international communication? How do you build international cultural awareness? Training and development is the answer. Training and development program, implementing comprehensive training programs that cover international business practices, cross-cultural communication, and global market dynamics can empower the employee with necessary skill and knowledge. Cross-border experience, encouraging employee to participate in international agreements, exchange, or can provide hands-on exposure of a global business environments. Mentorship and knowledge transfer, establishing mentorship programs where experienced international professional guide newcomers that can accelerate competency development. The continuous learning of the culture, creating a culture of continuous learning where employees are encouraged to stay updated on global trends and industry development is essential. Global leadership development, identifying and nurturing future global leaders within the organization can ensure a talent pipeline for international expansion. Building a competence for international expansion is an ongoing journey. The organization must remain agile and adapt to changing global dynamics. Many businesses we have seen continue to expand their reach across borders. The ability to build and harness international competency will a key in determining our success. And the role of training and development in global competency is very important. See, global competencies is not a static trait but a dynamic set of skills and attributes that individual can acquire and enhance over time. So it includes cultural awareness, adaptability, effective global communication, problem solving abilities, and profound understanding of international markets. So while some individuals may possess certain aspect of global competency naturally, many others require intention, development, training, and nurturing. So fostering cultural intelligence is the ability to function effectively in a culturally diverse settings. It goes beyond simply recognizing the cultural differences. It involves adopting and thriving in such environments. Training programs play a crucial role in enhancing cultural intelligence by providing insight into different cultural norms, values, communication styles, and business etiquettes. Employees must learn to appreciate and navigate the nuance of cultural diversity. But effective cross-border communication is the cornerstone of successful business competence. It encompasses language proficiency, non-verbal communication, and intercultural negotiations techniques and everything. Training initiatives should empower employees to communicate confidently and respectfully across cultural boundaries. Languages, skill in particular, are invaluable assets in international business interactions. So empowering power solving and decision making techniques. These extend the ability to address the complex challenges and makes informed decision in multicultural environments. Training should equip employees with problem solving frameworks and strategies tailored to international contexts. It involves critical thinking, creativity, and capacity to weigh culture and market factors when making choices. So, to navigate the global market successfully, employees need a deep understanding of all these skills. The components of effective training and development are We need assessment. So organization should begin by conducting a thorough need assessment to identify skill gaps and determine the specific competencies required for the international endeavors. Then customized curriculum. Training and development program should be customized and aligned with the organization's goal, unique challenges and posed by the international markets. A one size fits all approach is insufficient in the global context. Experiential learning that incorporating experiential learning opportunities such as cross-border assignments, simulations, and real-world case studies can accelerate competency development and practical experience that enhances learning outcomes. Mentorship and coaching. Pairing employees with experienced mentors and coaches can provide invaluable guidance and insight into the global business practices. These mentors serve as a role models and it will serve as a wisdom. So, and feedback mechanism is very important. Continuous feedback and evaluation mechanism should be in place to trace progress and refine training programs. Employees' input and insights are invaluable for foreign improvement. So, how do we navigate through this cost culture management? What is the cost culture management? This is basically refers to the skill of leading and coordinating individuals from diverse cultural backgrounds within an organization. It basically encompasses the understanding of cultural differences, fostering inclusively and leveraging the strength and multicultural workforce. The significance of cross-cultural management lies in the potential to drive innovation, enhances creativity, and improve decision making. The challenges which we face in cross-cultural management is the communication barrier is the most important challenges like difference in language, communication style, and non-verbal cues can lead to misunderstanding as and misinterpretations. So cultural sensitivity, insufficient cultural sufficiency sensitivity, this can result in unintentional offense of cultural insensitivity, damaging the relationship. Then differing work ethics, varied work ethics and expectations regarding punctuality, work hours, and work-life balance can create friction. Conflict resolutions. Conflicting approach, conflict resolutions may hinder problem solving by collaboration. And most importantly, what kind of leadership styles you are having. So leadership that are effective in one culture may not be effective in another. That's require adaptability. How can we do this? What are the strategies behind that? We have to provide cultural training. We have to provide cross-cultural communication skill. We have to provide diversity and inclusion initiative. We have enforced cultural intelligence, and there are some cross-cultural team building. And leadership plays a very pivotal role in cross-cultural management because they set the tone for the organization approach to cultural diversity and inclusivity. Effective cross-cultural leaders exhibit the following traits like cultural sensitivity, adaptability, effective communication, and conflict resolution skills are the traits for effective leadership. Taking the example of Toyota cross-cultural success. See, this is a very notable example of effective cross-cultural management in Toyota. The Japanese automotive giant, the Toyota has successfully expanded its operations worldwide, including culturally diverse regions such as North America and Europe. So one key factor behind Toyota's success is its commitment to understanding and respecting the local cultures. Toyota leaderships promote a culture of continuous improvement, which align with the Japanese concept of Kaizen. This approach resonates well with diverse workforce. Additionally, Toyota emphasizes on teamwork and collaboration, fosters inclusivity constructively and mutually respect. So by recognizing the importance of cross-cultural management and implementing strategies to address, Toyota has achieved global success while maintaining its commitment to Japanese roots. So cross-cultural management is a critical aspect of global business. Organizations that prioritize cultural sensitivity, communication, and inclusivity are better positioned to thrive in today's multicultural world. Effective cross-cultural reading and strategies can transform cultural diversity into a source of strength and innovation. So we are discussing global competency and how training and development can help in creating global competencies and how the role of leadership is important in developing a global competency is very important. The kind of leadership, the kind of training, the kind of assessment we have done, Toyota is one of the greatest example in this cross management. Then how can we leverage competency across borders? So competency leveraging refers to basically a strategic use. Leveraging is basically a strategic use of organizations' core capabilities, knowledge, and resources across international markets. It entails harnessing the strength and develop into one, applying them into the creative value for other regions. So this strategic imperative economies of a scale and reduce duplications and capitalize on their unique capabilities. We can take the example of this global example of competency leveraging. Leverage their product development. But this to introduce existing products will drug in multiple countries. So the process of standardization the kind of challenges which we face in leveraging the competencies, cultural variation, legal and regulatory hurdles, then logistical consideration, all these things comes under this. The role of global leadership. See, effective global leadership is the instrumental in the competency leveraging. Global leaders must possess the following qualities. First is strategic vision. They must have a clear strategic vision for how competencies can leverage across border to achieve organizational goals. You can cross-cultural competencies. Understanding and respecting diverse culture is crucial for success competencies. Then there is a flexibility, adaptability in changing market condition, and the ability to ability is very example. Now we will take the example of Unilever Global. Unilever's global competencies leveraging. So Unilever is a consumer good conglomerate that serves as a compelling case study in competency leveraging. Unilever has successfully leveraged its expertise, its sustainable land and socially responsible business practices across its global operations. The company's sustainable living plan is a prime example of how it harnessed its competency in sustainable to create a value in a multiple market. Unilever's commitment to sustainability its core competency in product innovation and consumer engagement by introducing eco-friendly products and championing sustainable practices. Unilever has not only enhanced its brand reputation but also gained a competitive edge in the market where sustainability is the priority. So, moreover, Unilever approach to competency leveraging extend to its acquisition strategy. The company has acquired brands that complement its existing competency and expanded them into a new market. For instance, an acquisition of Ben and Jerry ice cream enabled Unilever to leverage its distribution channel and global reach to introduce the brand to consumer worldwide. So competency leveraging is in is a strategic imperative for organizations seeking to compete effectively in a globalized world by strategically using their core competency. Organizations can achieve economies of scale, enhance efficiencies, and everything. Now we can take the example of Renault, Nissan, and Mitsubishi. That's the alliance represent its compelling case for successful international joint venture, and this strategic alliance was formed between French automaker Renault, Japanese automaker Nissan, and Japanese conglomerate Mitsubishi. So alliance established in 1999 and evolved into one of the most extensive successful collaboration in automotive industry. Three companies to leverage their respective strengths and development cost and achieve economies of scale. Each partner maintained its distinct brand identity while benefiting from shared technologies and access. The alliance has facilitated the market expansion, global manufacturing efficiency, and accelerated innovation. So, this presents the challenge and potential benefit of both. So, this is how we are basically managing the role of leadership in joint venture. Now, global talent management, human resource strategies are also important. So, the significance of global talent management and challenges will discuss how many lessons we have left. Yes, lesson 5. Great. So, effective global talent management and human resource strategies, the role of leadership in global talent management. These are some very important things. The Google emphasizes on a global mobility enables employees to take on international assignments and collaborate with colleagues across the borders. So this approach not only enhances the talent development, but it also contribute to the company's global. So in conclusion, this global talent management is critical component of achieving global competency. Organization that prioritize talent development and that embrace diversity and includes and align HR strategies with global business objectives are better positions to thrive in the global marketplace. And leadership plays a very central role in this. Clear? So 3 more units left to revise. We will do it. Next is your unit 6, which is financial consideration in global expansion. We will quickly revise it. So, a very significant focus is placed on the currency exchange and risk management. So, navigating the volatile world of this foreign exchange rates present very unique challenge and opportunity. We will explore practical strategies for mitigating currency risk and maximizing financial stability in the face of fluctuating exchange rate. So the concept of transfer pricing in multinational corporation is another critical area. The understanding the transfer pricing is a key for optimizing financial performance and compliances with international tax laws. So what are the financial consideration in global expansion? We will revise here because by branching into various geographic areas, companies can diversify their income, decrease dependency on single market, and we are gaining access of resource and multiple market. We are achieving economics of scale. We are enhancing our brand recognition. We are securing a competitive foothold. So, what are the financial consideration in this spectrum? Initial market entry expense. So, strategy starting operation in a new market like market research, legal compliance, and establishment costs. So, so very precise estimation of these costs are essential. Then currency exchange and currency handling. Engaging with multiple currency brings the risk of fluctuating exchange rates, affecting the income and outgoing. So managing this currency risk is very effective and vital. Then there are many tax and legal obligations. So comprehending and adhering to the international tax laws and legal requirement is complex but necessary to prevent penalties and protect reputation. Pricing strategies within the company. For a global corporations, transfer pricing is about setting price for transaction within the company, and it's important to comply with these regulations, also optimizing for the tax efficiency. So financing and resource distribution. The decision is how to fund international operations using debt or equity, or how to allocate resources efficiently is significant. Then the profit repatriation, transferring earning from foreign markets to the company's home country requires understanding and tax consequences and strategic planning. Risk mitigation, the identifying and reducing the risks such as political instability and supply chain disruption. So what are the challenges is in financial consideration is currency fluctuation, navigating diverse regulatory landscape, complexities of transfer pricing, capital allocation choices, challenges in repatriating profits, risk assessment and management. So what should be the strategic lens behind this? So the approach this financial considerations, as we know, that's a very fundamental component of a global expansion strategy. Adopting a strategic perspective is crucial for business in the context. And this approach entails the financial decision with the broader goals of expansion, effectively managing risk and maximizing returns. The upcoming section of the finance, as we know, is the cornerstone of any business, particularly in the context of international expansion. So we will try to understand the strategic significance of finances in international business. The first point is resource allocation. So finance is pivotal in determining how resources are distributed across different international projects and initiatives, and this include marketing strategies. Then second comes the risk management. Central role of finance in international business is to identify, evaluate, and mitigate various risks associated with global operations. So this includes managing currency fluctuations, marketing uncertainties, political instability, and other. Market entry strategy assessment. Finance is very crucial in assessing the financial viability, different market entries, whether considering mergers and acquisitions and forming joint ventures. Then capital sourcing decision. Deciding on the source of funding for international expansion is a major responsibility of finance. Choice between equity, between debt financing, or mix of both have a significant implication for the company's financial stability and long-term growth. Profit repatriation is profit repatriation strategies. The management of repatriating profits from foreign market is a key financial function. Finance must navigate complex tax laws and currency exchange factors to devise efficient repatriation strategies. Cost